Hi guys, it's me, ChazRHD, and welcome to qualifying day here at Silverstone. And firstly, of course, it'll be practice 3 on this qualifying day, beginning, as you can see, in 14 minutes time. But this is going to be today, the first of, and hopefully first of many, of my new streams where I stream throughout the day on a qualifying day. And what the plan is for today is obviously, in 14 minutes time, practice 3 will begin. I'll cover the practice 3 session that will last an hour long. And then I'll do a 2-hour build-up to qualifying. And I have plenty to talk about, by the way, going into qualifying. So make sure to stick around. And then, of course, between 3 and 4 p.m. UK time, which is, 3 hours or just over 3 hours from now, it will be for 3 p.m., will be the qualifying session itself. And of course, about half an hour after the session finishes, I'll react with you guys to whatever happens in qualifying. But this is going to be an exciting day. It's definitely looking closer between the teams than I expected coming out of practice 2. And not only that, but there are a couple teams in the field that look a bit quicker than I expected. Especially McLaren. So, yeah, I think we've got an exciting day ahead of us. And also, there is a good chance of rain today, whether it be for practice 3 or qualifying itself. So we could get a wet and wild qualifying day here at Silverstone. I mean, practice 3, as long as it's not, totally rain affected to the point where, cars can't really do any running, then that's, okay. But I think if we get something similar to what we had at the last Grand Prix in Canada, where, we had a wet and then drying qualifying session, I think we'll get a pretty good session around here at Silverstone. So yeah, this is going to be, I think, a good day today of qualifying, and it should be very, very exciting. Hopefully you guys are doing well, and hopefully no matter what part of the world you are from, no matter what time it is in your part of the world, you'll be joining me today to watch along practice 3, build up to qualifying, and watch along qualifying as well. And hopefully as well, you're all doing good no matter what time it is in your part of the world, and no matter the circumstances in your part of the world or whatever you are going through. But yeah, qualifying will be obviously much later. Practice 3 begins in 11.5 minutes time. And at the moment, judging by what I'm looking at on Sky F1, looks as though it is going to be a dry start to practice 3. So yeah, we'll see what happens when it comes to the possible wet weather. Now let's get into, before we get into talking about, a couple slight bits of news and also, getting into the session, let's firstly get into the results of the only dry practice session we have had so far this weekend, and it was practice 2 from yesterday, and these are the results from that session. Carlos Sainz ended up quickest from Lewis Hamilton in 2nd place. Lando Norris was 3rd, with Max Verstappen 4th, Charles Leclerc 5th. A very surprising top 5, and yeah, that would be, if we got that top 5 in qualifying, it would be just an amazing session to get that. It would take an amazing session to get that, and also it would set us up for a very exciting Grand Prix. The rest of the top 10 was Alonso, Perez, Russell, Ricciardo, and Lance Stroll, and then the rest of the order below the top 10 were Bottas, Vettel, Ocon, Albon, Zhou, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Gasly, Schumacher, and Latifi at the very, very back. But yeah, like I said at the very start of this stream, the order looking quite a bit different in practice 2 than I expected. I mean, Ferrari having the best single lap pace is not really a surprise. So, yeah, that was not really a shock to me. But Hamilton and Norris being as quick as they were definitely a surprise. I thought Mercedes would be definitely stronger this weekend and closer to the front teams because they brought quite a big update package to this Grand Prix, and the track suits their car better anyway. So I thought they would be, maybe at the closest 2.5, 3 tenths off, but to be only about, what was it, a tenth and a half off Carlos Sainz, I think that was a bit surprising just how close Lewis Hamilton was able to get in practice too. But Lando Norris especially, considering McLaren have not really updated the car this weekend, certainly not as much, anywhere near as much as other teams, for Norris to be up in third, that was an incredible effort yesterday in practice too. I would be amazed if he could do that in practice 3 in the dry, and if qualifying is in the dry, I'd be amazed if he could do that. If it does rain though, I would not be surprised if Lando was in the top 5, top 6 in qualifying, because we've got to remember the McLaren car has quite a lot of grip, especially compared to the midfield cars. So, in wet weather conditions, the McLaren should be pretty good. The problem with the McLaren, as we know, is they lack a lot of straight line speed, but obviously that would not be as much of a problem if it was wet. So, yeah, I think definitely McLaren will be praying for rain today, because if it does rain, then you'll probably see McLaren get both cars into the top 10 later in qualifying. But, yeah, Hamilton and Norris for the Mercedes and McLaren teams looking very, very quick. Also Alonso and the Alpine, good to see there. Aston Martin, Alfa Romeo also look pretty quick. And I'd say coming into this session, obviously, we could see certain things happen which could cause it to be, or the pecking order to be different to what I think it is at the moment. But I would say at the moment, going into qualifying later, obviously practice 3 could change our opinions massively. You'd have to say Ferrari are looking as though they're the quickest over a single lap, and then probably Red Bull second, Mercedes third, McLaren fourth, Alpine fifth, and then Aston Martin, Alfa Romeo, and then maybe Williams, and then AlphaTauri, Haas, in that order. Obviously, Alex Albon is running the new updated Williams car, which is a lot quicker, a second quicker, we believe, than the old Williams car, which Nicholas Latifi is running, and he was actually a second quicker in practice too. So, yeah, Williams quite possibly are not the slowest team anymore, which would be great for them. And you never know, if we get some crazy races coming up on the Formula 1 calendar, and we get some races where there's a lot of retirements, then there's no reason why Alex Albon and Williams can't score a few more points this season. And, I mean, we'll see, what they actually do in qualifying later, Williams, and what their car genuinely kind of looks like, this updated Williams. But, them catching Haas F1 ahead of them is not totally out of the question, because, for example, Haas F1, they are going to bring one final upgrade at the Hungarian Grand Prix, but that upgrade isn't going to work for them, I don't think, enough that Haas F1 are going to be, right back to where they were at the start of the season, easily in the top 10. So, yeah. Williams, you never know, they could find themselves off the bottom of the championship by the end of the season. Let me get rid of that picture, if I can find it quickly. There you go. And yeah, these are the pictures that will take you through today's practice 3 stream, and obviously qualifying later, as well, as we are 5 minutes away from practice 3 beginning, and all of the teams getting ready for the start of the session, as Carlos Sainz, I just see, is getting into his car and getting strapped into his car. In a second he will be. as well. And, well, before we get into practice 3, I guess the only news I can really get into that I did see on Twitter before I started is that Aston Martin, obviously we've talked about their upgrade for this weekend, which is just a revision of their B car that they brought to the Spanish Grand Prix at Barcelona. Well, we've heard from the team principal, Mike Crack, that that will be their last upgrade of the season, and then they will concentrate on 2023. So what Aston Martin have from now on is what Aston Martin have and what they are really for 2022. Judging by what we saw them practice 2 with Stroll in the top 10, sorry, they've got a decent car. And as long as Sebastian Vettel can improve his pace, I did see yesterday a couple quotes from Vettel saying that he just suffered from a bit of oversteer here, understeer there, so just some car balance problems. If they can be, they can be fixed enough for him to perform at his top level, then there's no reason Aston Martin this weekend can't get their double points finish. It is possible. Their pace definitely surprised me a bit in practice with, Stroll being in the top 10, which is not something over a single lap you usually see, Lance Stroll being so quick. And we have seen this season that Sebastian Vettel has been much quicker than Stroll. So if he can be much quicker this weekend, you never know, just how great of a result he could get. But the F1 intro is currently playing on the TV broadcast, and I will probably, in about a minute's time, get up my graphics ready for the session. Just wanted to say, guys, don't forget, if you are new to the channel, to subscribe for more content like this, because we do watch-alongs for Practice 3 and qualifying for F3, Practice 3 and qualifying for every Grand Prix of the season. And also, we do race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix of the season as well. By the way, just to let you guys know, the 3 tyre compounds this weekend are the 3 hardest ones. The C3, C2, C1 for this weekend. But, yeah, we do Practice 3, qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix this season. And tomorrow will be no different. Tomorrow, what the plan is I'll be going live at 12 PM UK time for the race preview. And then at about 2 PM UK time, the race watch-along will begin, and then I'll do an hour's, proper build-up as we get very close to the Grand Prix. Then at 3 PM UK time, the race begins, and it will last probably until 5 PM. And then from 5 till 6:30 PM UK time, I will do a race reaction to whatever happens in the British Grand Prix. So there is plenty of content coming your way for the rest of today, and also tomorrow as well. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. Bottom right of the screen, you do it right there. And as well, smash the like button for everyone watching this video, and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. Just have a look at the chat. Great to see so many of you here, by the way. Silverback orangutan, who's crack? Mike's crack. I'm shocked there has not been a comedy skit yet. It's too obvious, I think. Yeah, it's a bit too obvious of a joke. I think that's the reason no one's really done it as of yet. But anyway, I think we will now move on to the start of the session. I'll get all my graphics ready. Obviously the running order is not that order. The session hasn't started yet, and the practice session obviously is 1 hour long, and practice 3 will be beginning in about probably 30 seconds, 40 seconds time, as we're just seeing Mr. Saturday, George Russell, getting ready to get in his car and hopefully give the home fans a show. As we're seeing now, Lando Norris getting strapped into his McLaren. Hopefully, Norris can keep up his great pace and performance from yesterday, because that would be amazing if he was to, put that McLaren up there in the top 5 today in practice 3 and qualifying itself. Max Verstappen also in the garage, but doesn't look as though he's going anywhere anytime soon, as he's still got his, I think, Red Bull tracksuit on. He does have his race suit on, but doesn't, like I said, look as though he's going anywhere anytime soon. And yeah, as soon as the session begins, I'll let you guys know. And I may as well sync up the timer at 59 minutes, because I seriously doubt, knowing my history, that I'll be able to do it exactly on the hour. So I'll sync the timer up as soon as the session gets underway. The session is now officially underway. The first car on track is an Aston Martin of, I think, Sebastian Vettel, who of course has won this Grand Prix in the past. He won here in 2009 and 2018 as well. He's had pole position here, I think, 3 times in his F1 career. And tomorrow, he will be driving, before the Grand Prix, obviously, the 1992 Williams FW14B, which he did purchase recently in an auction. And obviously, because it's been 30 years since Mansell in the FW14B won the championship, of course, they want to celebrate that fact, as I've missed the syncing up point already, so I'll do it in about 45 seconds time. By the way, just bear in mind for the next hour that I do have a cold. So yeah, I am going to be wiping my nose quite a bit, and I might have to mute my microphone a couple times to just clear some snot. But it's a usual occurrence with me. And the reason it's a usual occurrence is because I've noticed with me that any time Sebastian Vettel, by the way, comes back into the pits, and there's I think an Alpine behind him that is starting his first flying lap. And I'll just sync the timer up for now and adjust it. So there you go. 58 minutes to go in practice 3 as Aston Martin do a practice pit stop with Vettel. And they're going to do the same with Lance Stroll as well. Oh no, Stroll was the one who came in first. And then it was Sebastian Vettel. Yeah, normally with me, when I wake up either in the morning period or just too early compared to what I'm used to for that particular time of my life or year, I end up developing a cold straight away. But normally it does eventually clear, so it will clear at some point. As Lewis, a replay of him hugging his brother, which is good to see. Good to see Nick at the track. And also his father. Almost like the old days, where obviously when Lewis was at McLaren, he would a lot of the time have his brother and his father in the garage, and that's good to see for this weekend. And, well, given the pace of the Mercedes car, he could be in, for a very good weekend, and might be able to put in a very special performance for the home crowd, as we're looking at Fernando Alonso, who I think is about to complete his first timed run of the session, and he does. And Alonso goes quickest. Let me just put him up to first place quickly. And then the only other cars on track right now are Stroll, Vettel, Magnussen, Ocon, and Gasly. And now Ricciardo comes onto track. So not that many heading out onto track. Darkish clouds about, but nothing I mean, we had darkish clouds yesterday at the end of practice 2, and it didn't rain, so I don't think we're going to get any rain in practice 3. Looks as though it's going to be a dry session, as Esteban Ocon now goes quickest for Alpine. That's Fernando Alonso is improving on his first timed run. He's coming through the Maggots-Beckett section. Onto Chapel, now onto the Hangar Straight. He's not improved his middle sector, so this is not a great run so far for Alonso, as the wind speed apparently is 20 kilometers an hour. Which is, yeah, not great. Silverstone, though, is a very windy place and windy racetrack. I did go to the 6 hours of Silverstone World Endurance Championship race in 2018, and one thing I can say is when the sun comes out at Silverstone, it can be very hot, but there is definitely a consistent wind around the track. It doesn't really ever go away. It's very rare that you have no wind at Silverstone. Obviously, used to be a place where jets took off in World War II, so that's why it's so windy. As Daniel Ricciardo has just begun his first timed run of practice 3. He's on the medium compound tyres. I think the two Alpines were on the soft. And Ricciardo had a decent day yesterday. Obviously nowhere near as good as his teammate, but was still in the top 10. And really, as long as Ricciardo puts the McLaren, I think, today in the top 10, then I think that's that is, good enough for him and the McLaren team. As we've still got Stroll and Vettel on track. Also joining the track, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz, Zhou Guanyu, and Valtteri Bottas. As Daniel Ricciardo is just about to complete Sector 2. And his middle sector is a purple middle sector, but still slower overall compared to Esteban Ocon, who is currently quickest on a 1:33.0, which is pretty slow compared to what we saw in the dry yesterday. The quickest Alpine time from yesterday was a 1:29.7, I think it was, or 6. As Ricciardo does just about, by 0.01 of a second, go quickest. But yeah, we are quite a bit slower at the moment compared to where we were in practice 2. Like I said, the best Alpine time from yesterday was a 29.6, I think it was. And the best time of the McLaren of Norris was a 29.1. Talking of Norris, he now goes quickest on the medium compound tyre with a 1:31.9. So they're just getting a feel, all the drivers, for the grip out there, as this is an Aston Martin warming its tyres up. And technically speaking, they're on a timed run, but they're not pushing properly hard on this lap. As Leclerc now goes quickest from Carlos Sainz in second place. Leclerc quickest on a 1:29.4, which is slightly slower than he went in practice 2. So he's already, on the pace of what he was doing yesterday. As Zhou Guanyu is now up to third place. And now we're looking at Sebastian Vettel, who on the straight, once again, is warming his tyres up. And he's, 4 seconds off the pace or something like that at the moment. So he's not going to go any quicker than, or he's not going to go anywhere near as quick as, he can. As here's a replay of Leclerc on the exit of Luffield and losing the rear end massively And that would have lost him quite a few tenths of a second. Probably, I mean, given that it also affects your run then on the straight to Copse Corner, that would have cost Leclerc probably half a second. That mistake. So Leclerc could have done probably a 28.9 or 29.0, which is an impressive pace for Ferrari straight out of the blocks. Yes, they're on the soft compound tyre, but we do expect it will get a lot quicker in this session. As Valtteri Bottas is up to third. And yeah, we only have 8 times on the board at the minute. So it's Leclerc, Sainz, and then Bottas, Zhou, Norris, Ricciardo, Ocon, and then Alonso. As we're just 10 minutes in to practice 3. And we're now looking at Sergio Perez on the soft compound tyre, who is about to start a flying lap. And Lewis Hamilton is about to come out on track for Mercedes. His teammate, George Russell, is already on track on an outlap, and Hamilton comes out the soft compound tyre. Sergio Perez was pretty slow yesterday, so let's see what he can do here. He did actually say after yesterday that Red Bull were nowhere at Silverstone, which I thought to be quite amazing that he said that, but hopefully today Red Bull will be a bit quicker. Missed the apex there slightly, did Perez. Of, I think it was, turn 6, as he now enters the old pit straight on the run to Copse Corner, which I'm pretty sure in qualifying later will be flat out. And probably already is, as Perez through Maggots and Beckett's and into Chapel. Car moving around slightly on the rear end. What does he do for the middle sector? He's only a couple hundredths of a second off the pace of Charles Leclerc. So this is a decent first run for Perez. He's running probably at the speed that he did yesterday in practice 2 for his first run. So yeah, pretty good first run here for Perez as he exits the final chicane, comes to the line and goes second, and is about 0.2 of a second almost slower than Charles Leclerc. But for a first run, that's not too bad to match your best, or just about, or around about, match your best time from practice 2. Yeah. Good effort there for Perez straight away. And I do expect today that Red Bull will be quicker than they showed yesterday. Normally, you know, when we've had Friday practices where Ferrari look very, very quick over a single lap, Red Bull do tend to close the gap on a Saturday and make it look a lot more competitive than it appeared or appears to be on a Friday, as Zhou Guan Yu is up to P4. And here's Lewis Hamilton beginning his first timed run, 1/10 of a second off in the first sector, which, as I'll get onto later in the qualifying build-up, that is the sector where Mercedes are suffering the most, which is not really a surprise because of those 2 slow corners of turn 3 and 4, where I think they're suffering quite a bit. In the high-speed corners, this car performing very well. Flat through Copse Corner he is. And now into Maggots and Beckett's and Chapel. As Russell does a first lap time, but it's only, it's 10 seconds off the pace in P10. As Lewis Hamilton does a purple middle sector, and he's only 0.75 of a tenth slower than Charles Leclerc. And you got to say, when you look at the Mercedes car on track, it does look pretty good. A lot better, certainly, than it looked in Baku in Canada. And he comes to the line, does Lewis, and goes third, 0.3 of a second off. So losing quite a bit of time there in the final sector. But definitely Mercedes a lot quicker this weekend and a lot closer to the very front of the field. And with them performing better here this weekend because of the track layout and the smoothness of the track, and also with their upgrades, Mercedes should have maybe not a great weekend, but a good one. I think definitely a podium might be on the cards for them this weekend, especially if Lewis Hamilton and even George Russell, who obviously has the nickname of Mr. Saturday because of his great qualifying efforts, if they get a great qualifying position later, they could end up with a great starting place for the Grand Prix, as Russell goes third for Mercedes. Slightly quicker than Hamilton by a couple hundredths of a second. Russell actually did a purple first sector and was a couple hundredths of a second quicker than Leclerc in the first sector. So that's a pretty impressive first sector there for Russell. But Lewis Hamilton obviously did a 29.1 in practice 2. And obviously in practice 3 so far, his best time is a 29.7. So Hamilton and probably Mercedes overall can go a lot quicker. But so can, obviously, Ferrari, as Daniel Ricciardo on the medium compound tyre is on a new timed lap. And he's done a improved first sector as Mick Schumacher has gone up to 7th place. The Haas team that, gotta say, are struggling quite a bit this weekend, and it's not really that big of a surprise, unfortunately. As Ricciardo has done a personal best middle sector, so we'll see what this does for him. McLaren, I have noticed this year, they do tend to run the harder compounds of tyre quite a lot in practice sessions. As he comes to the line, Ricciardo, and he only goes 9th. They don't tend to use that many soft compound tyres in a practice session, obviously to save them for qualifying, as Nicholas Latifi is up to P11 and Sky F1 have conveniently gone on an ad break. So, what do you call it? Keep your comments, guys, in the live chat coming, and I'll make sure to read out some in a moment. And yeah, we've got a good, busy day ahead of us. Let me just quickly come to the chat and see what you guys have to say. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Silverback Orangutan asks, can we debate how Perez is the only person that has not been ruined by going to Red Bull? Once you leave Red Bull, you become terrible. Seb, Daniel. Well, no, I wouldn't agree with that. Vettel, I mean, maybe you could argue they went into worse situations, but them themselves did not become worse drivers after leaving Red Bull. I mean, Ricciardo, yes, now is definitely not as good as he was in 2020 or 2019, but in 2019 and 2020, Daniel Ricciardo was performing still at the level that he was performing at when he was at Red Bull. And for Sebastian Vettel, Sebastian's, level of performance didn't really drop off until like the second half of 2018 compared to what he was doing at Red Bull. So I wouldn't necessarily say Vettel and Ricciardo, were ruined by leaving Red Bull or by Red Bull. I will say, though, that Sergio Perez, I think, has done an absolutely fantastic and, quite frankly, amazing job at Red Bull, especially this season, because we have to remember, not only is Max Verstappen the quicker driver, obviously compared to Sergio Perez, but the Red Bull is normally set up, as we know, in a way that suits Max the most, because he is the absolute number one and there is no question about it. And to be honest, people may disagree with it, but it's, I think, absolutely justified because Max is absolutely, you're not going to find anyone else unless you put Lewis Hamilton in the other car. You're not going to find anyone else that's going to be better than him at the moment. So it's absolutely justified that Max Verstappen has that advantage. But if you look at this season, Perez has outqualified Max 3 times out of the 9 races. That's what, 30%, 33% of the time this season. That's very, very good. And if you look at the pace difference between Perez and Max, even when Max outqualifies Checo, it's not that much, the difference at times, when you consider again that Max is quicker and Max has the advantage of having the Red Bull car suited completely towards, his own needs. So I think Perez has done just an absolutely amazing, fantastic job this season. And I think has definitely been one of the drivers of the season so far. And you could argue with Perez that he's been maybe the best driver on the grid outside of Leclerc and Verstappen this season. He's definitely in that argument, as we have come back now from the ad break, and Lewis Hamilton is now up to 3rd. And, well, not anymore, because Max Verstappen has gone quickest as they've cut back to the real-life footage. Max Verstappen has gone quickest on a 1:28.5, and he's now half a second quicker than Leclerc. So like I said, Red Bull on a Saturday definitely show more pace than they do on a Friday. So Max Verstappen up there now in 1st. As Russell says, no bouncing. And then they say copy that. That is great news for Mercedes, because that means that they'll be able to fight in qualifying later, as it does look as though it's getting slightly brighter at Silverstone. But yeah, it's currently Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Russell, and then Hamilton. That is your top 5. Let me just update that picture slightly. There you go. Yeah, that's your top 5, and then it's Sainz, Zhou, Schumacher, Bottas, and then Alex Albon is up to P10 for Williams, and then it's Sebastian Vettel in 11th place, and then I think it's Lance Stroll in 12th, if I remember correctly, as they've hidden the order at the moment, because they're showing a visor cam of Lando Norris, who's beginning his or another timed run on the medium compound tyre. Norris currently down in 17th place, it says, as he exits turn 4 through turn 5. And yeah, still not pushing anywhere near as hard as he could. Obviously, because he's on that compound of tyre. And the medium compound tyre should be quite a bit slower than the soft over a single lap. I'd say probably you're looking at, what, a second per lap difference between the soft and the medium. So, yeah, he won't be going that quick, will Norris? As George Russell, it says, has done a purple middle sector somewhere. As Charles Leclerc has improved his lap time, but he's still second, 3/10 off the pace. Russell, though, goes 3rd, and he's only a few hundredths of a second slower than Leclerc in the Ferrari. So, very impressive time there from Russell, as Lando Norris goes 13th for McLaren, and then you've got Magnussen in 14th place. So just showing James Marsden, the actor, on screen. And then, yeah, Magnussen 14th, and then you've got Gasly in 15th. Tsunoda 16th, and then it's Latifi 17th, and then Ricciardo, Ocon, Alonso at the very bottom there of the order, as Carlos Sainz, who's currently in 6th place and obviously topped practice 2 yesterday, is on an improved lap, as they say to Vettel that they don't expect any rain for the next 30 minutes, as Carlos Sainz goes 3rd for Ferrari, improving from 6th place, and 3.5 tenths of a second was the or is the gap between him and Max Verstappen, but he's only slightly slower than his teammate by a couple hundredths of a second. And there is rain in the area, but it doesn't look as though it's coming for the track. Looks as though it could be dry for qualifying day today, as Fernando Alonso does a new improved lap and goes all the way up to P7 on a 29.5, I believe, which is slightly quicker than his best practice 2 time. Here's Kevin Magnussen, currently 15th. Magnussen goes P11 for the Haas F1 team. But, yeah, I would expect with Alonso that he probably won't be able to go any higher up the order there than 7th place, given that he's already now going quicker than his personal best from yesterday. Sebastian Vettel is now up to 13th, and then Yuki Tsunoda is up to 15th for AlphaTauri, as we're looking at Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, and they're just wiping the car down. Tyres currently not on the car, but I'm sure he'll be back out on track very, very soon. As we're looking at Daniel Ricciardo, who is not on at the moment a quick lap, as Tsunoda there tries to get out of the way of Pierre Gasly, who is just beginning a timed run there, as Max Verstappen goes slightly quicker. I say slightly quicker. It's, what, half a tenth of a second. But it's still quickest on a 1:29 or 1:28, sorry, 0.4 now. Last year, in qualifying, in the Friday qualifying we had, I'm pretty sure pole position was a 1:26 something. So we're going to be on that pace in qualifying, no doubt. As Lewis Hamilton is on a new lap, he's done a purple middle sector. What's his final sector like as he exits the final couple corners? And Lewis Hamilton goes 2nd, 2 tenths of a second slower than Charles Leclerc. And that's Lewis's best lap time of the weekend so far, a 1:28.6. I think it's literally just 2 or 3 corners which are costing Mercedes having the best car this weekend. Being turn 3, turn 4, and then that final chicane just after Stowe. I think those are the corners that are costing them. If they had the pace in those slower corners as well as the fast corners, like I said, I reckon Mercedes would probably be right there in the fight for pole position today. But, I mean, they're still looking very good, but they're just lacking that crucial lap time in the first and final sector where those slow corners are. And I think we're seeing pretty clear evidence as well that in the fast corners, that Mercedes car is arguably the best on the grid. And obviously Silverstone full of fast corners. And, right, so it's Verstappen, as we're about halfway through the session. Verstappen is leading from Hamilton 2nd, and it's Leclerc, Sainz, Russell, Perez, Alonso, Zhou, Schumacher, and then Lance Stroll is up to 10th. And then you got Bottas, Magnussen, Albon, Vettel, Norris 15th, and then Gasly 16th, and then Tsunoda, Latifi, Ricciardo, and Ocon. Sebastian Vettel here looks as though he's on a new timed run. He's done a personal best middle sector in the Aston Martin. He's already been on this tyre though for quite a bit. He's done 6 laps on this compound as Ricciardo's up to 18th. Tsunoda goes up to 14th. Sebastian Vettel, where does he go? He goes P12, about 2 seconds off the pace at the moment, or Aston Martin. And Vettel continues to, well, I was going to say continues to push, but actually goes off the track at turn 3 to get out of the way of a Mercedes, I think, or possibly an Aston Martin. And yeah, we are now halfway through this session as Max Verstappen has done a purple middle sector. Will Verstappen now go even quicker than a 128.498? Comes to the line, and he does go quicker, even though his first and final sector were not an improvement on his personal best, but he does go a 1/10 of a second quicker to a 128.3. So Max looking very good here and showing the kind of pace I expected them to have over a single lap. And, well, after yesterday, everyone's thoughts were that Ferrari were the clear favourites for pole position. We'll have to wait on that for the moment because, like I said, Verstappen looking very, very quick. As Lewis Hamilton is on a personal best lap. He's done a personal best first and second sector. Comes to the line and does a purple final sector. And goes, or stays second. But he's only a 1/10 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. How great would it be if we got Verstappen versus Hamilton this weekend at Silverstone? Round 2 here. That would be absolutely amazing if that was to happen. I can update though that we've got some changes in the order, or I think only one, which is Pierre Gasly is up to 16th. And we've got quite a few cars in the pits now. The 2 Ferraris, Max Verstappen now, George Russell, and then Alonso, Zhou, Schumacher, Magnussen, Albon, and I think Ricciardo, Latifi, Ocon as well. As Vettel there obviously went off the track at turn 3. Don't know if he had a problem with his car. He said, next time let me know that Gasly is coming a bit sooner. Obviously, the drivers can't possibly know who's on a flying lap, so the engineers do need to let them know who is coming and going. As Sergio Perez is now on a personal best lap. He's just flying through Maggots and Beckett's now. Let's see what his middle sector is like. Perez has never been famously quick here at Silverstone over a single lap. And he's currently 4/10 of a second slower than Verstappen on this lap so far. So he'll probably, Perez, with this lap, he might climb up 1 position to 5th, but I'm not sure he'll go any higher than that. As through the final chicane he comes. And Sergio Perez to the line. Goes, nope, he stays actually in 6th place, but improves to a 128.9. At least that is a lot quicker than what he did yesterday, but yeah. Sergio, like I said, he's never famously been that quick here at Silverstone over a single lap. He's had some decent races here, but over a single lap, he's never been that quick at Silverstone. I think the reason is because with Silverstone, I mean, obviously did out-qualify Max in Monaco, which is also a track you need to attack to a certain extent, but Silverstone especially, you've got to attack pretty much every corner to get the lap time out of the track. And I think Max Verstappen is definitely better at that than Perez is, but still, obviously Monaco was an amazing and very surprising performance from Perez to out-qualify and out-race Max and win the Monaco Grand Prix. And, well, with 26 minutes to go in this session, who I'm really looking out for in terms of improvement of their pace is obviously McLaren. I'd be interested to see what they do on the soft compound tyre, and with probably less fuel than they are running or have been running so far in this session. Ferrari as well, when they come out on track and do some improved times, I'll be interested to see how quick they can go. So, yeah, we'll see what happens on that front. I've got to say, though, one team that is looking pretty decent so far in terms of their position is Alfa Romeo up in 8th and 9th place. As Esteban Ocon through the exit of turn 17 almost got the car proper sideways there as he goes from 20th Ocon up to P8. So 7th and 8th for McLaren, for Alpine, sorry. And only slightly slower than Alonso, which is pretty good to see. And it will be interesting to see how quick Alpine will be with their upgrade. Obviously a new side pod design, new aggressive side pod on the Alpine car. Which hopefully for them will give them an extra quarter of a second compared to what they had beforehand. And really for Alpine, as long as they outperform McLaren this weekend, I think that's got to be the aim. There's Ocon there, just let through a Red Bull of Sergio Perez, who I believe was on another flying lap. But all of the top 5 at the moment are in the pits. And everyone actually is in the pits except for Ocon and Perez in the Alpine and Red Bull respectively. So, yeah, not much action out there. Hopefully, though, in this final 23 minutes, we'll get some running as Sky F1 now go to an ad break. So, I'll come to you guys in the chat, see what you guys are saying. And yeah, keep your comments coming, by the way, in the live chat, and I'll make sure to read out some during the session. Edson says, I've managed to watch the last race via stream, but I am experiencing a lot of difficulties this weekend. But if you can't watch it, via stream, or in, whatever way you do, then don't worry. I'll keep you up to date with what goes on in the sessions so you don't miss out in that way. Bravamos says, I don't think Lewis would match him in equal machinery anymore. Not sure, who that's in reference to. And also Brabham Oz asks, question for Chaz, did you consider going to the race? Yes, I did. But by the time I did consider going to the race, the tickets were pretty much already sold out. And also I couldn't really afford to go. The only day I could afford to go for was probably Friday practice day. But by the time I was looking at tickets, which was like late April, early May, yeah, I couldn't afford to go because it's not just the ticket price; it's also, fuel cost, accommodation, stuff like that, and it does add up quite a bit. I will say though that next year there is a decent possibility that I will be going to the British Grand Prix next year. Maybe not for the entire weekend, but certainly a Friday practice day. I am still trying to figure out what I'm going to do in terms of next year's British Grand Prix. Like I said, I might decide to go for just Friday practice and then come back and obviously do the streaming next year for qualifying and race day. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Obviously, tickets won't be on sale for the British Grand Prix until the calendar is confirmed and ratified by the FIA. So yeah. I mean, me getting a race day ticket at Silverstone is going to be pretty hard anyway, so I'm not sure there's great chances of me getting that for next year. But I wouldn't mind going to Friday practice next year to see the cars around this track. Lab Gorilla says, pretty sure Ferrari have engines turned down. Well, hopefully for them they do. What is the red thing on the bodywork of the Williams? Asks AB. It is, that's from yesterday, that picture you saw just a moment ago before this Aston Martin one. That was high flow vis paint. What the paint is, it's to measure the airflow of the car and whether it's flowing correctly, the air, over or, through the car, whatever you want to call it. It's to measure, where the paint goes and exactly how it all is working. And yeah, I think they put on a bit too much yesterday, Williams. But yeah, looking better, which is good to see from them. As George Russell, as we're now back from the ad break with 19.5 minutes to go, George Russell is on an improved lap. Done a decent first sector. Let's see what his middle sector is like. Runs slightly wide, ever so slightly wide at Copse Corner. And slight loss of the rear end through the final part of the Maggots and Beckett section. 0.2 of a second he is down on Max Verstappen. So this will probably put him in third place. And, maybe not. No, maybe not third, because he lost the rear end slightly on the exit, or through the entry, or not even through the entry, to the middle of Stowe Corner. So here comes Russell to the line. Where does he go? He does go third. A very good, actually, final sector, despite losing a slight bit of grip through Stowe Corner, and actually was 0.5 quicker, almost, than Max Verstappen in the final sector. So Mercedes are looking very competitive here. Ferrari, though, both their cars are on an outlap, so we'll see what they really have to offer. And also, Verstappen and Hamilton are on an outlap. Or, well, Lewis Hamilton has now begun his first, or not first, but another flying lap. So we'll see what he can do and whether he can go quickest. Here's a replay of Russell down to turn 6. And he says, bit of bouncing down into 6. But, I mean, I did see a bit of bouncing, but it was nothing that bad, to be honest. So, yeah. Russell looking good. And Mercedes looking very good, you have to say, right now. For a very good qualifying session later. What they will be hoping for, though, without doubt, is a dry qualifying session. Because if it does rain, I mean, obviously Hamilton and Russell are very skilled. I'm sure in the wet they can still be very, very quick. But because the Mercedes car is so quick in the high-speed corners, they don't want it to rain. Because obviously those high-speed corners become more like medium-speed corners. And that would, not play into their hands as much. As Charles Leclerc is on a new lap. He's done a personal best, first and second sector, and he's currently 0.5 quicker than Max Verstappen, but he hasn't done a purple sector yet. As Lando Norris is up to P7 in the McLaren on the soft compound tyre. Only 0.7 off the pace, as Leclerc comes to the line and goes second, only 0.02 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. Did not improve his final sector as the sun is starting to come out at Silverstone. It is very close up there. As now we're looking at Max Verstappen, who's done a purple first sector in the Red Bull. And This Red Bull looks very, very hooked up to the track, and he's done a very, very quick middle sector. He's 0.3 of a second up on his personal best. This could be him dipping into the 127s as Carlos Sainz has improved his time, but stays in 5th place. Let's see what Verstappen does when he comes to the final chicane, and now comes to the line, and Max Verstappen doesn't, or no, he does. He goes to a 127.9 and is almost half a second quicker than Charles Leclerc. I think you've got to say, despite Ferrari's good showing yesterday, that Max Verstappen has got to be now the favourite for pole position, because this pace is very impressive from Verstappen. 27.9. Half a second quicker than Leclerc and Hamilton. And, 8 tenths of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz, who was the quickest man yesterday. Just shows you how good and quick Verstappen and Red Bull are. But just going to quickly make sure I get the order correct on my screen. So it's currently Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, and then Sainz, Perez, Norris, Schumacher, Alonso, Ocon. That is your top 10. And then it's Vettel in P11 with Bottas 12th, Zhou 13th, then Stroll in 14th. Then you got Ricciardo 15th, Latifi in 16th, with then Magnussen 17th, Albon 18th, Tsunoda 19th, and Gasly in 20th for the moment. AlphaTauri quite firmly in the mud this weekend, as we're looking at Lewis Hamilton, who he's driving, he's pushing a bit, but he's not got his DRS over down the Hangar Straight, so he's not on a new improved lap, as we're now looking at the new and improved Williams of Alex Albon, with 12 new upgrades they brought to this Grand Prix, as Lewis Hamilton has come back into the pits. Let's see where Albon will go with this new lap. Comes around the final corner and goes 13th for Williams. You'd have to say, given the improvements they've clearly made to this car, 13th would have to be the aim for them in qualifying. If they were to get that, then that would be a very good step forward for the Williams team. As Sergio Perez flies through Copse Corner, he's done a personal best first sector. Charles Leclerc, by the way, is on an outlap for Ferrari, as Pierre Gasly goes up to 16th, as Sergio Perez is only 0.2 of a second slower than Verstappen on this lap so far. So this could be Perez going up to 2nd or 3rd here. Let's see as he comes into the final chicane. And not a great run, but still good enough. And he comes to the line, and he does. He goes P2 to Sergio Perez. And he's, 0.4 of a second off the pace of Max Verstappen, as George Russell is on a personal best lap. He's 3.5 tenths off Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. This will probably put Russell in 3rd or 4th place this lap. Does have a slight distraction ahead of the Ferrari of Leclerc, I think, who's beginning a lap. And Russell comes round the final corner to the line, but only goes 4th and did not improve his final sector, so maybe was distracted there. But decent run still, as Stroll, I notice, is up to 14th place. And also Valtteri Bottas has gone from 13th up to P8 in the Alfa Romeo. So Bottas 8th, Schumacher 9th, Alonso 10th. Very impressive, by the way, that Schumacher is a second quicker than Magnussen in this session. Don't quite understand why that is. And just making sure my order is correct, and it is. The only driver that's not done a quick run on the that hasn't, the only driver, if I can speak English, that hasn't done a quick run on the soft compound tyre yet is Yuki Tsunoda in 20th place. Hopefully we'll see him improve. And as well, I see some decent comments in chat. Make sure to keep them coming, and I will read out some when we get to the end of this session, as Yuki Tsunoda does now do a first-timed run on the soft compound tyre and goes 16th. Tsunoda consistently this weekend has been quicker than Gasly. Problem is, AlphaTauri are very, very slow. They might have this weekend one of the slowest cars out there. So, yeah, not great. Not great at all. As here is a replay. Not a replay. It's Max Verstappen, who I think there just completed a lap and lost the rear end quite a bit on the exit of turn 17. Did Verstappen. I don't believe Verstappen is on a new timed run. He looked as though he's going pretty slow through turn 1. Has got the DRS open though, so maybe I'm just so used to seeing the cars go flat out through that part that it looks quite slow to me. As he's coming into the very slow right-hander of Luffield. And gets a decent exit. And yeah, I don't quite know what his pace is at the moment. And yeah, Verstappen definitely not on a quick lap, because I can see that his battery, I think, is charging up, as Bottas improves his lap time to a 129.1, and he's only just about less than a tenth slower than Lando Norris. So Alfa Romeo looking pretty good here. And certainly a top 8 in qualifying would be very much appreciated by the Alfa Romeo team, as Max Verstappen, is coming back into the pits like I thought he would. But at the moment, we have 0.6 of a second covering the top 5, and only a tenth and a half, or just over a tenth and a half, covering 2nd to 5th. So it's definitely competitive and close out there. Max Verstappen, though, at the moment, looks as though he's in a league of his own. Will he, though, be in a league of his own later in qualifying? Wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, because his confidence is absolutely sky high. Obviously, he's won, 5 of the last 6 races in F1. He has took victory. And obviously got pole position very dominantly in Canada at the last Grand Prix. Not had pole position, though, that many times this season for Verstappen. He started on pole at Imola after winning the sprint race. And he did get pole position for the sprint race from Friday qualifying with a, very quick lap in the wet. But also in Canada, in wet conditions, got pole, but in qualifying, he's not had the greatest success this season compared to what was really his main rival in the championship, Charles Leclerc. As we're looking at Fernando Alonso, who has not improved his first sector, but he is pushing quite hard now in this middle sector as the skies are clearing. And Alonso exits Chapel, and he's doing a pretty slow time, but he's definitely not going anywhere near as quick as he probably could in the Alpine there. So Alonso into the final chicane he comes, and I don't think this will be an improvement of lap time. He's currently 1.6 seconds off the pace, and that lap was 2.5 seconds off the pace. So not that quick of a lap time for Alonso, but he looks as though he is pushing on in the Alpine. But Alpine's pace doesn't look that great. 10th and 11th, and they're, 4/10 of a second away from Lando Norris, who is, you got to say, their main rival today in qualifying. And Hamilton's saying on the radio, rear is bouncing a lot. So maybe Mercedes in this session just trying out some different setups to see what they can get away with, which essentially is what the these new regs are about. Every team suffers with porpoising. I know with Red Bull it seems as though they don't, but like I said, every team does suffer with it. Just Red Bulls suffer with it a lot less than other teams. But what it's about at the end of the day is how much porpoising are you willing to accept with your car to run your cars close to the ground. Because obviously the closer you run your car to the ground with these cars, the quicker you will be. But if you're bouncing too much, then you have to raise the car. Mercedes, though, definitely should be able to run their car pretty low in qualifying later. As Yuki Tsunoda flies through turn 2, now through turn 3 and 4. And yeah, looking... in terms of his own performance, he's not doing that bad at all, is Tsunoda. Again, like I said earlier, the AlphaTauri is just very slow, so there's nothing really he can do about that. But I have noticed that Alex Albon is up to 14th. Gasly is up to 15th as well in the AlphaTauri. I have noticed, though, that Daniel Ricciardo is in the pits. I don't understand why he's so slow, or his best lap time so far is so slow, about 1.2 seconds off the pace of Lando Norris. So it would be great to see Ricciardo out on track again, but I don't think we're going to see that, unfortunately. As we've got quite a few cars in the pits now. And obviously, only 3.5 minutes to go until the session is over. So, a lot of cars probably going to stay in the pits now, as they've done their, best single lap efforts in practice for this weekend. But it does look as though, with the way the weather is clearing up and the skies are becoming brighter and clearer, it does look as though that we're going to get a dry qualifying session, which, I mean, wouldn't obviously be as exciting as a wet session, obviously, but in the dry, I think we've got a pretty exciting session ahead of us. The midfield looks pretty close between, McLaren, Alfa Romeo, Alpine and Aston Martin. And then, obviously, Mercedes are right up there this weekend, and we honestly do not know what they could do in this session. And obviously Red Bull in this session have surprised us massively by going first and second. And not just that, but Max Verstappen miles ahead of the rest of the pack. 0.4 of a second quicker than his teammate. And then 4.5 tenths quicker than the nearest non-Red Bull car. And you've got to say, given that pace he's shown so far in this session, that he has to be now the favourite for pole position. And that Red Bull car, I've got to say, in the middle sector looked very, very good. Very comfortable, very fast in the high-speed corners. As Daniel Ricciardo, I think, just came out for an installation lap and then has come back in, so maybe had an issue with his car, but he's come back in, and here is Lando Norris, and Lando staying out on track, so maybe, no, I was going to say Norris is going to do one final flying lap, but it looks as though he's doing a bit of a heavier fueled run in the McLaren. as we're now looking at Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes, who is, I think, also just doing an installation lap. So we're pretty much now at the end of practice 3. I'll obviously read out the final finishing order in a moment, and then get some stuff ready for the qualifying watch-along build-up in a moment, such as getting the countdown on screen show just how long we have left until the session begins, as Max Verstappen, just coming through and completing his just an installation lap, is Verstappen. And the session for him is definitely over, and the session itself is now officially over. So I think we are done for the times, so I'll quickly hide that, and let me just quickly get on screen the this stuff. So you can see there, hour and 59 minutes to go. That is until qualifying begins. So I'll just quickly get rid of that. Quickly get the text back up on screen, and then I'll read out the final finishing order of practice 3. So, an hour and 58.5 minutes to go until qualifying begins. But practice 3, guys, is over, and here is your final order going into qualifying. Max Verstappen quickest by 0.4 of a second, from Sergio Perez 2nd, Charles Leclerc 3rd, and then George Russell 4th, Lewis Hamilton 5th, Carlos Sainz in P6, and then Lando Norris 7th, Valtteri Bottas 8th, Mick Schumacher 9th, Fernando Alonso 10th, and then the rest of your order being Esteban Ocon 11th, and then Vettel, Zhou, Albon, Gasly, Stroll, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Latifi, and Kevin Magnussen. So, before we get on to the qualifying build-up, I'm just going to quickly do a couple things, which is change the title of the stream and also the thumbnail, and probably retweet the stream out. So just give me a moment, guys, whilst I do this. And just give me a minute or so whilst I just quickly get this all ready, and just trying to find where the actual thumbnail is that I did for the qualifying part. There you go. So it is now the qualifying watch-along for the British Grand Prix, and we have indeed an hour and 55 minutes, or 56 minutes, an hour and 56 minutes to go until the beginning of qualifying. So I'm going to quickly, before we get into the build-up and start getting into some talking points, I'm going to quickly do a couple more things, which is I'm just going to quickly post the link back out onto certain places, such as my community tab, and also on Twitter as well. So guys, in the live chat, keep your comments coming in the chat and let me know what you thought of practice 3, and give me your thoughts ahead of qualifying. Let me know what you think is going to happen in qualifying. Who do you think will finish where? Would be great to hear from you. But Hold on. Let me just tweet out. Come join me here for build up to qualifying. And yeah, hopefully we should get some more people joining very, very soon. And I'll make sure to repost the link out just before we actually get into qualifying itself. So yeah, that's all posted out. And yeah, everyone watching right now, make sure to post in the live chat what you think is going to happen in qualifying. Now, we've had obviously 2 dry sessions, practice 2 and practice 3. Obviously, this is your final finishing order in practice 3. And I'll read it out one final time before switching over to my other graphics. So Max Verstappen topped practice 3, Perez 2nd, Leclerc 3rd, Russell 4th, Hamilton 5th, Carlos Sainz 6th, and then Norris, Bottas, Schumacher, Alonso, Ocon, Vettel, Zhou, Albon, Gasly, Stroll, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Latifi, and Magnussen. That is your top, or that is your running order in practice 3. Just trying to, just making sure that my thumbnail and title has actually changed. And one final thing I'm going to do is quickly turn my TV off because it gets very hot, my television, and I don't want to have it on in between, that session and qualifying beginning. So just give me a second whilst I turn it off. Right, so there you go. And we will begin now, I think, the build-up to qualifying. So let me just move my graphics around and get this back up. There you go. Before I do, though, get into the main, or one of the main topics of my build-up, I'm going to quickly come to you guys in the chat to see what you guys have to say in regards to what you guys think, what you guys thought of what happened in practice 3, but what you think is going to happen in qualifying beginning in just 2 hours from now. Let me know in the live chat. If you are new to the channel, though, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because this new, continuous streaming that I'll be doing on a Saturday and a Sunday is going to be the new plan going forward. Hopefully you guys like it. If you do, make sure to give me a comment down below whether you do enjoy it. And if you are new to the channel, we do watch-alongs for every qualifying and Grand Prix of the Formula 1 season. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Bottom right of the screen, you can click subscribe right there. And if everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And don't forget as well to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. But I'm going to quickly read out some comments in chat before I get onto my main topic. So Lab Gorilla says, so Ferrari have now even lost their qualifying advantage. Looks as though, they have for the moment. Vinster says, what time is qualifying? Well, now you can see it's in 1 hour and 52 minutes from now. Or less than that, 1 hour and 51 minutes. What weather do we expect? Also, he asks. It should be dry. Given what I just saw at practice 3, it should be a dry session. Cam Waller says, don't rule out Ferrari engines are not turned up yet. Let's see who gets pole, anyone but Max. John Hawking says, might rain later between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. according to BBC Weather, but they're often wrong. Indeed. I mean, with BBC Weather, normally, or sometimes they'll say, oh, it's going to rain in my part of the UK, being the southwest, and then it'll end up being, brighter, if not almost sunny. So, they're not that correct normally when it comes to that. Lab Gorilla says, man, my huge bet on Red Bull is looking safer every day. I can sit back and enjoy my tea whilst listening to Chazza tomorrow. Lab Gorilla says, it would be funny if Ferrari start to fall into the clutches of Mercedes from this race onwards. Their lack of development through the season is another weakness of theirs over the last 10 years. The problem is, it's not a lack of development, it's a lack of improvement. They always bring developments, Ferrari. They always, they've always brought plenty of developments to their car every season. They just don't improve their car like, say, Red Bull do. Red Bull, every year, make the biggest improvements out of any of the top teams, per season. And Ferrari are the complete opposite. They just tend to be, what they are at the start of the season tends to be as quick as they are for the whole season. So it's pretty easy to know what Ferrari are going to do in a season based off of what they're like at the first 2 or 3 races of a season. Ferrari have a car quick enough to win the championship, but it's not quick enough to dominantly win the championship. But because they're Ferrari and, they try in any which way to somehow fuck it up, that's why they're in the position they are in. And yeah, I would not be surprised if Mercedes, if their new updates have improved their car by that much, I would not be surprised at all if Mercedes started to catch Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship, because Leclerc, for example, will have to take probably a couple more grid penalties this season because he's already used quite a few parts for his power unit, when the 2 Mercedes cars have only used, I think, 2 of each of the power unit parts that you're allowed to use, which is, they're on target, Mercedes, really, for, probably not having any grid penalties this season, or if they're going to have any grid penalties, it's probably going to be 1 or maybe 2 at most. Ken Wallace says, for the championship, we need a Leclerc win or it'll be a boring second half of the season. Well, it's already over for me. Cheers for the coverage, Chaz, says John Hawkins. Thank you very much for that. John Hawkins also says, my boring prediction is that it'll be Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, Russell for the top 5. I'll get into my prediction when we get a lot closer to qualifying, but yeah, I'd have to say Max is the favourite for pole position, for sure. Count Blah, there's going to make a documentary entitled Chazza, the Man, the Myth, the Legend, sponsored with fingers crossed by Ferrari. Cheers for that, mate. Yeah. Me and Ferrari, go way back. We have a long history in terms of me doing content on them, on their failures. And yeah, looks as though when we get to the end of this season, I'm going to be doing yet another long season review when it comes to them, analysing their mistakes and their banter and all of that. I do have, though, on Ferrari, a video coming out which is kind of to do with them. Well, it is actually properly to do with them, but it's more so to do with Charles Leclerc than it is to do with Ferrari. I've got a recorded video coming out on July the 14th, which you can already, if you if you pay attention to the channel long enough, you'll see that video is actually scheduled to premiere on July the 14th. Now, that video might be brought forward, but if it does get brought forward, it'll only be if, say, Leclerc massively outscores Verstappen this weekend or wins the Grand Prix. If Verstappen, for example, wins this weekend, then I'm going to keep that video to be released at that date. And yeah, I think you guys will enjoy it. Linda says, of course, Red Bull's improved a lot since they poached Mercedes engineers team. What a clever move since they were so desperate. Indeed. Astro Stevo asks how many people are sick of Max Verstappen domination. And also asks, have we discussed Danny Rick's chances this weekend yet? Can we please? We will so later on, but it's hard to say really, because practice 2, he was miles off his teammate, but still in the top 10 and looking pretty good. But then in practice 3, just then, was 18th and like what 1.2 seconds off his pace Lando Norris, I think he was. So yeah, it's pretty hard to say, you know, where he is in terms of pace. But we will get into that before we get into qualifying, I promise. Obviously, we'll get into all the teams and how they're all going to do going into the session. Ken Wallace says people who write off Hamilton as a has-been has made Ken laugh, but in that Red Bull and Max would have a real fight. Yeah, I mean, the people this year that have gone on about, you know, how what do you call it, that Lewis Hamilton is finished, he's washed, and that Russell is now the main man at Mercedes. I've seen those comments on my videos even, because I did actually do a video about how Max Verstappen and Red Bull are set to dominate Formula 1 on Monday, which you guys can check out probably after today's stream. But, what do you call it? I did actually do a part of that stream where I predicted what I think is going to happen championship-wise between now and 2026. And I did say I thought Lewis Hamilton and Mercedes next year will bounce back big time, and I thought that Lewis next year would win the championship and ride off into the sunset and retire with, you know, being statistically and officially the greatest driver of all time. And I had plenty of people saying, nah, that's not going to happen. Russell's now the main man. Lewis is not what he once was. Which, honestly, I don't understand why people are saying that, because I don't think there is quite that much evidence to suggest that Lewis Hamilton is, you know, past his prime or past his best or washed up. I just don't see that evidence out there. I mean, there's been a couple races this season where Lewis has been unlucky. The Spanish Grand Prix, for example, where he had great pace but was knocked down to the back, obviously with a puncture, after colliding with Kevin Magnussen, which wasn't really his fault at all. And then I think Australia and Miami, where Russell beat him, that was because Russell got quite lucky with a safety car coming out at the right time. So Lewis would have had a lot better of a season had it not been for some bad luck here and there. And also, some of the races or race weekends where Lewis has been out-qualified by Russell, it's been because... it's not been because... What am I trying to say? Some of the weekends where he's been out-qualified, I've not exactly been surprised. Not because Lewis is, you know, a poor qualifier. Obviously, he is the best qualifier of all time. But, you know, Baku, for example, Monaco, Barcelona, Imola, tracks like that. It's not like when he was dominating Formula 1 that he wasn't out-qualified by his teammate, for example, Valtteri Bottas at the time, at tracks like that. Look at 2020, for example. Bottas out-qualified him at Imola. In 2019, Bottas out-qualified Hamilton at Barcelona by, I think, 0.6 of a second. Baku as well. Bottas out-qualified and out-raced Hamilton. So it's not like Lewis historically has always been much better than his teammates, but now this year is, you know, off the pace. It's just, you know, this car doesn't suit him as well as, you know, other cars that he's raced in the past, but also his teammate is very good. But Lewis is still performing at a very high level. I think people do underrate, though, just how good George Russell is. But Lewis Hamilton is definitely not washed up or anything like that. He's still a very, very good racing driver. Max said EK should not be banned. Yeah, we're going to get into that in just a moment. That's going to be one of the main topics we'll get into in the build-up to qualifying, because I do want to go over it. Count Blast says, people who think that Lewis is done are just saying that to make themselves feel better. It's denial brought on by fear subconsciously. Maybe. He obviously did dominate Formula 1 for a very, very long time. So, yeah. Maybe people are just trying to tell themselves that to make them sleep better at night. Who knows? But, I think. Hold on, let me just respond to someone on Twitter. Right, just responding to Nib on Twitter. Anyway, I think we'll now move on to one of the main topics in today's build-up to qualifying with an hour and 40 minutes to go until the session begins. So Lewis Hamilton, obviously, it's his home Grand Prix. He is statistically almost completely the greatest driver of all time. For me, he is the greatest driver of all time. Is very much loved by us Brits. Not by absolutely everyone, but I'd say definitely the strong majority absolutely do. And I think as well, as well, the strong majority definitely have a lot of respect for Lewis Hamilton, given who he's competed against, you know, to get the success that he has. He's gone up against the best of his generation and the generation younger than him, and had an absolutely amazing career so far, and can still absolutely, you know, win more championships in his F1 career, because he is still performing at a very high level. And despite this season not being great for him, I think still, like I said, is driving very well. But this week has been a very difficult week for Lewis Hamilton. The reason is because of a lot of abuse that he has suffered at the hands of certain people. Now, obviously, you guys, I think most of you will already know about this, about the Nelson Piquet situation, where Nelson Piquet, this interview that I'm going to show on screen, by the way, in a moment, this interview that Nelson Piquet did was done, I think, back in November of 2021, and I wouldn't say resurfaced, but someone noticed some very poor, let's say, language that was used by the three-time world champion Nelson Piquet, and decided to share it on Twitter, and then it absolutely blew up on Twitter. It did on, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that. And yeah, it just caused an absolute firestorm online, and even Lewis Hamilton, you know, putting out tweets, plenty of people supporting him, thankfully. And like I said, we will in a moment show the video in question. I was able to find it on YouTube last night, a video that was uploaded 3 days ago of the interview that was done and conducted in November. I think it was done just after the Brazilian Grand Prix, or the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, because I think in that same interview they were talking about Hamilton and Verstappen's little incident they had even in that Grand Prix, obviously, where Verstappen pushed Lewis off the track. So one thing I am going to do quickly is just plug my headphones in so you guys will be able to hear the actual audio. This is the only clip, by the way, I'm going to play when I'm talking about this topic. I'm not going to play the Bernie Ecclestone clip because of copyright reasons, but I will be reading out quotes and, you know, other things from Bernie and Lewis as well. Yeah, I'll try and get this clip going in just a moment. Just need to try and get these headphones set up, and right, that should be a bit better. So, and I'll just try and get it set up on my end quickly. Not sure I can do that at the moment. Actually, let me try and get the clip up on screen and then see what happens. Then see whether it comes up on my end, and it does. Right. So let me just quickly get it on screen. And there are subtitles, by the way, so if you are triggered in any way by what's said, then just warning you now about, what I'm about to show. So here we go. So this is the interview in question that was done in November, and it says translated by a Brazilian is this interview. So we'll go to the start and we'll play the clip.
Foi meio parecido, foi na Inglaterra.
Em Silverstone?
É.
Não, o Neguinho meteu o carro e deixou.
Mas foi o que o Senna fez.
So you can see there, just straight away, absolute racism there. The little N-word put the car in and left it. I know people online have been trying to say, oh, but in Brazil or, Brazilian culture or South American culture, it's actually a friendly term. I'm sorry, there's absolutely no way that that's a friendly term. And there is absolutely no need to use that word to describe Lewis Hamilton. Absolutely no need whatsoever.
Carro e deixou.
Mas foi o que o Senna fez.
Não, o Senna não fez isso. Oh.
And then here, I think they talk about how, I think they're trying to compare the Hamilton Verstappen incident at Silverstone last year to the Senna Prost incident at Suzuka that time in 1990.
Senna saiu reto. Reto.
Você acha que ele não faria aquela curva?
Ele? É. Nunca.
Entendi.
Não, ele foi para assim, aqui eu arranco ele de qualquer maneira. Ele deixou o carro, e é uma curva, é porque você não conhece a curva, é uma curva muito de alta, não.
But I think, if I just play that back again.
Não, ele foi para assim, aqui eu arranco ele de qualquer maneira. Ele deixou o carro, e é uma curva, é porque você não conhece a curva.
So you can see, if I go back, where is it there? Again, the little N-word left the car, and it's a turn. Just, again, it doesn't come across as a friendly way of saying it. And, because I know people online were trying to make that claim that in Brazil it's more of a friendly term or a slang word that's used in a friendly manner. I just don't see how that, in this context, is really the case. And again, I just don't understand why he felt necessary. Did PK to use that terminology? I don't understand why he did that. Hopefully you guys were able to hear that there. All that cable back out. But yeah. That's what Nelson Piquet said, and also my timer has accidentally reset. So let me just quickly redo that. But yeah, that's what Nelson Piquet had to say, and obviously that is absolutely not on. And even though, obviously, us, white people in Europe, obviously we're not going to understand that well the culture and the way words are used and all of that in Brazil, South America, all of that, but in that context, I don't care what your culture is. I think that's pretty incorrect what he said there did Nelson, and was absolutely wrong, and rightfully so. There was a firestorm following those comments that were posted online. I'm surprised. I mean, I don't know how long that was available, that clip out there in the or on the internet, but I'm surprised it took that long to resurface. it there, because if that was on the internet for a few months, I'm surprised no one picked up on it sooner. But yeah, just absolutely terrible comments there. And like I said, massive firestorm came from that. And he has, Nelson Piquet, been banned. Not officially. It's not been officially confirmed, but pretty much by all the F1 insiders, they've said that Nelson Piquet is pretty much banned from the paddock because of those comments he made. And rightfully so, he is banned, because you cannot say stuff like that and clearly display, racism the way he did. And it was clearly racist. I don't want to hear any comments about, but it's their culture or stuff like that. Doesn't mean it's good, just because it's their culture. We've heard that argument in the past. I remember with, talking out football with Luis Suarez back in 2011, when he racially abused a Manchester United player when he was playing for Liverpool. That was an argument used that South American people, that's the way they talk to black people or treat black people. Can't remember exactly what the justification was, but there was definitely a few people out there back then that were using that type of justification of, well, it's their culture and all this and that, which is, just because it's their culture does not mean it's correct. I mean, it's in some countries' culture to not even respect human rights. Doesn't make it, good that they don't respect human rights. So, yeah, that's not, for me, a good enough argument against, the claims of racism. And of course, Lewis Hamilton had a reaction to that by, defending himself and saying, that it's sad to see this, and that it's, sad that racism is still very prevalent in Formula One, and it is, sadly. But that was just step one of the controversy, because the next step, a couple days after, was this man. Let me get him on screen quickly. I'm not going to show the interview, like I said, because I don't want to get copyrighted. But this man, the almost 90-year-old Bernie Ecclestone, had some stuff to say on, I think it Thursday, where he did an interview on Good Morning Britain, which is basically a morning talk news show that they do every morning on ITV here in the UK. It's basically like Good Morning America that they do in America. So if anyone's in America, then, it's basically the British version of that. And they asked him about several things, such as, the comments by Nelson Piquet, and also about Russian President Vladimir Putin. And these comments that I'm about to read out led to an F1 spokesperson having to distance the sport or the series from Bernie because of the comments that he made. So he was asked initially for his view on Piquet's racist language in reference to Lewis Hamilton. And Ecclestone, who obviously used to manage Nelson Piquet, or didn't manage him, I think Piquet won his 2 world championships, 2 of the 3, at Brabham, which of course Bernie Ecclestone owned the Brabham team at the time, so obviously they do have a good relationship. Bernie said, "I've known Nelson for an awful long time. A couple of weeks ago, I was with him, and it's not the sort of thing Nelson would say, meaning something bad. Very often, these things get said." And then said, "He's Brazilian. When he came to England, he didn't speak any English, so he probably picked up the English sense of humour, and he probably thinks lots of things that he says which might upset us, and we might feel a little bit offensive to him is nothing. It's just part of conversation, but Nelson would never go out of his way to say anything bad, certainly." I mean, he is correct in that what Nelson, in terms of the way he talks about Lewis, obviously, as a black person, it is very much what people back in the day, unfortunately, very sadly so, would have talked about black people back then. Obviously, Nelson, what do you call it? I think came to England to race in, as it says, British Formula 3 when he won a championship title in 1978. Back then in the 70s and 80s, the fact of the matter is, in the UK, there were a lot of people that hated black people and were very, very racist. A lot more than these days. Thankfully, the situation in terms of racism has improved quite a bit since then, but it is still quite bad, I would say, at the moment. But he is right that, considering his experience with English people during the 70s and 80s when he obviously was racing for British teams, yes, that would have been more of the standard sense of humor back then to joke about, black people and to say those type of words. But, it was wrong at the time in hindsight and just clearly wrong at the time. And obviously very, very wrong now. So it doesn't give him an excuse, I'm afraid, to make those comments. And I know, some people may say in defense, well, people of his age, that's what people thought or said back then. It's not an excuse, I'm afraid. And then let me find the comments about Vladimir Putin, which were absolutely insane, to say the least. Eccleston was also asked for his views on Vladimir Putin. Obviously, that war has been absolutely terrible. Thousands of people dead in the space of, 4 or 5 months now? It's been a terrible war, and if it goes on for years, it's going to be, tens of thousands, if not 100,000 or more dead in that war. It's an absolutely horrific situation, what's going on there in Ukraine. Eccleston, though, claimed Putin's invasion wasn't intentional and claimed Ukraine could have done more to avoid the conflict. So, yeah, let me just read this out, because this is just absolute insanity. He said, quote, "It wasn't intentional to be a war, and I'm quite sure Ukraine, if they had wanted to get out of it properly, could have done." Throwing his weight fully behind Putin, Eccleston added, "I'd still take a bullet for him. I'd rather it didn't hurt, but if it does, I'd still take a bullet because he's a first-class person." Fuck me. That is an unbelievable thing to say. And then said, what he's doing is something that he believed was the right thing he was doing for Russia. Unfortunately, he's like a lot of business people, certainly like me, that we make mistakes from time to time. Oh my god, I can't even believe what he just said there. And when you've made a mistake, you have to do the best you can to get out of it. And then went on to say it was wrong to bar Russian sports people from competitions, which I do agree with him on that extent. For example, at Wimbledon with the tennis, we've had Russian and Belarusian players banned when those players don't really have anything to do with the regimes. So I do agree with him to a certain extent with that, but let's just go back to this. These comments. Jesus Christ, this is... You have to almost laugh or else you'll cry just reading these comments, because they're so wrong and stupid. First of all, it wasn't intentional to be a war. Where do I even start with that? Of course it was intentional to be a war. He basically said to Ukraine, either fall in line or we will bomb you to death. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to bomb them to death and basically bomb them into submission so that they can take over Ukraine. I'm pretty sure everyone would agree with that. And then saying, I'm quite sure if Ukraine wanted to get out of, there being a war, they could have done. No, there is no way they could have done. Unless they basically surrendered and submitted to Russia. There's absolutely no way they could have avoided a war. And they shouldn't just submit to Russia to avoid a war because they don't want to have a war. They have a right to defend themselves. And then saying that he'd take a bullet for him and saying he's a first-class person, yeah. Putin is not as bad as a certain German with a mustache from back in the day. But imagine if someone back then in the 1930s said this about a certain mustachio man. But I don't want to say his name, by the way, because I'm pretty sure my stream will get instantly demonetized. So I don't want to say his name. But imagine if that was said about him back then. Someone who was, you know, doing what he was doing, especially at the very beginning of World War II. People would look back at absolute horror at the person saying that. And that's how people should look at this comment. This comment from Bernie is absolute insanity. And then saying what he's doing is something that he believed was the right thing he was doing for Russia. I mean, yeah, I think he does think that, but I don't think he has a good idea of what Russian people actually want. And then almost one of the worst parts of it is when he compares, where he says, unfortunately, he's like a lot of business people, certainly like me, that we make mistakes from time to time. It's hilarious that he's comparing, you know, going to war with a country to a mistake, you know, mistakes we make from time to time. How do you compare the two? How on earth do you compare the two? Just absolute, like I said, insanity, batshit crazy from Bernie Ecclestone. And honestly, I hope we don't ever hear from him again because, I mean, he's 90 years old pretty much. Who cares at this point what he has to say? And if he's going to say just absolute stupid shit like this, then there's no point hearing from him ever again. Just, wow. I mean, like I said, these comments are so insane, you have to laugh to a certain extent because they're just so bad. I'll redo, by the way, the countdown there. But before we get into the next part of what happened with these all these controversies, let me just throw this on screen quickly. There you go. So we've got an hour and 18 minutes to go until qualifying begins. Yeah, the next thing that happened after that, obviously, once those comments were made and a lot of, a lot was made of that in the F1 community, there were a couple more things that happened on, I think, Thursday for the British Grand Prix. Comments from Lewis Hamilton about, what we should do with old voices and views like Ecclestone, Piquet, and also Jackie Stewart. And also, Max Verstappen had something to say about what Nelson Piquet said, which we'll get onto soon enough. So I just want to quickly, though, read out some comments in chat if I can. Actually, I'll leave that to when I'm done with this part of the stream, but I'll quickly read out what Count Blah has to say, because he has donated $10 and says, "This is what I love about Chaz, and no pussyfooting about like others do. You know where he stands and he can articulate it. Much respect." Thanks for that. And yeah, I mean, let's just call what Bernie said, let's call it what it was. Just absolute insanity. I mean, if you honestly think that the Ukraine-Russia war is Ukraine's fault, then I don't even know what to say to you, because you're just so wrong at that point. It's basically the best way to sum it up. Obviously, I don't want to get too much into politics, but we kind of have to at the moment, because we're talking about, what Bernie Ecclestone had to say about Putin and that. But essentially what is happening is Russia, they want Ukraine to fall in line with what they want. Ukraine refuses, so they are trying to bomb the shit out of them. And Ukraine, fighting valiantly, putting up a great fight, and hopefully will put up a great fight until the bitter end. Even if they still get defeated, hopefully they fight into the bitter end to the, to the absolute last man, woman, and child. But yeah, I just don't understand how anyone out there could honestly think, like seriously, unironically think that Russia is not at fault for what's happened. I just don't get it. Anyway, next up though, we'll get onto these comments from Lewis Hamilton, who, after what Bernie had to say, and also Piquet, and also we heard from Jackie Stewart, I think a few days before Nelson Piquet, talking about how he thinks Lewis Hamilton should just retire because his career is basically over, which was very, I think, harsh from him. Lewis said on Thursday, stop sharing views of old voices like Eccleston, Piquet and Stewart. And he went on to say, speaking in the FIA press conference, that he was incredibly grateful to all those that have been supportive within the sport, particularly the drivers, following the comments from Piquet. Let me see where he actually says this. So yeah, he says here, I'm not really sure, quote, I'm not really sure. I don't know why we are continuing to give these older voices a platform, because they are speaking upon our sport and we're looking to go somewhere completely different, and it's not representative, I think, of who we are as a sport now and where we're planning to go. We're looking to grow in the US and other countries, South Africa, and grow our audience. We need to be looking in the future or to the future and giving the younger people a platform that are more representative of today's times and who we are trying to be and the direction that we are going. So that's so it's not just about one individual. It's not just about that one use of that term. It's the bigger picture. And he is absolutely correct. We are, trying to, with Formula One, and I'll actually just cut back to the article itself. What we're trying to do is move Formula One into a place where it is more inclusive, and not just inclusive of different people from, different backgrounds in terms of ethnicity, race, all of that stuff, but as well people from poorer backgrounds generally, trying to be more inclusive to people like that, and grow the Formula One audience. And he's absolutely correct in saying this. And I think I did see a lot of people saying online, critical of Hamilton, saying, oh, but what about Eccleston, Piquet and Stewart's freedom of speech? What he's saying here is not that Eccleston, Piquet and Stewart should be banned from having the freedom to speak, what they want to speak. What he's saying is stop listening to them and stop giving them a platform. Bernie Eccleston, Nelson Piquet and Jackie Stewart, they can still make their own platform if they want to share their views on Lewis Hamilton, racism, social issues, Formula One, whatever they want to, share their views on. So he's not saying let's ban freedom of speech for old voices because we don't want to hear what they have to say. What he's saying is stop giving them a platform because they are from a time where, racism and discrimination was more prevalent, especially in the Western world back then. And that we shouldn't be giving voices and platforms to these people, which I completely agree with. He's not saying let's ban them from having speech. It's just let's stop listening to them and stop listening to what they have to say, unless they're going to give their view on, in terms of Formula One, unless they're going to give their view on racing rather than, social issues like wars and, racism and stuff like that. Then they should not be given a platform if this is what they're going to do with that platform. So I think he's absolutely, Lewis, correct in saying that. And yeah, I think absolutely we should not be giving those older voices that kind of platform when they say these very stupid things. But then the final part of this is that this whole controversy is what Max Verstappen had to say. Now, there was a lot of criticism online of Red Bull and Verstappen because Red Bull did not issue an official statement condemning what Nelson Piquet said. Christian Horner, by the way, did yesterday condemn it in an interview on Sky F1, so he has condemned it. And also Red Bull did sack Yuri Vips for saying the N-word on a Twitch stream. So they definitely, and I think they absolutely do condemn racism to the Red Bull team. But Max Verstappen had some comments to say, and unfortunately, it was not very good from Verstappen. He said that Nelson Piquet is definitely not a racist, but he agrees that the term he used to describe Lewis Hamilton was very offensive. As well, Nelson Piquet did give an apology for his comment, but it wasn't really an apology. He apologized and then defended him saying what he said, so it wasn't really an apology from Nelson. And then, yeah, Max, he said, F1's against racism and said it was totally wrong. But then later on, had some stuff to say about Nelson, saying, quote, I've spent a bit of time with Nelson, I think, more than the average person in general, and he is definitely not a racist. He's actually a really nice and relaxed guy. I'm not sure he's a nice guy, as I'll show in a moment with Nelson. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure he is actually that nice of a guy, because I'm going to show another clip of Mr. PK. He also says, I'm pretty sure also in the statement he released, I think you can see the word in two ways, but I think it's still just better not to use it. But it's not only about that word, it's not about the N word in general, just using offensive language to anyone, any colour, I think it's not correct. Verstappen, who referred to PK as his father-in-law, even though PK is not officially his father-in-law, says he hasn't spoken to him about the comments. And then also, I think, yeah, he said here, I don't think you should be banned from the paddock, and especially I don't think a 3-time world champion, for what he said. Max Verstappen, let's just call it what it is. He is absolutely wrong for saying this. Maybe some people will disagree with this, but there is at least one instance where I can think of where if you say the N-word, it is not racist. For example, if you are quoting someone in court, for example, or for a news story, then I don't think it is racist. But if you are directly talking about or referencing someone who is black and using that word, you are racist. End of story. So to say Nelson is definitely not a racist is absolutely untrue. He used the N-word twice in the space of like 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes, like 30 seconds, in reference to Lewis Hamilton. So there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever that Nelson Piquet is a racist. Maybe because Nelson hasn't openly expressed his racism to Max, when they spent time together, doesn't mean that he's not a racist. Yeah, absolutely wrong for saying that. And saying that he shouldn't be banned from the paddock just because he's a 3-time world champion, I completely disagree with. Because, we don't want people about who are going to be so hateful of other people who are, racing in the paddock. So, yeah, I completely disagree with Max here. And what he said was absolutely, totally wrong. He is in a difficult position, I will admit, because obviously his girlfriend is Nelson's daughter, Kelly Piquet. And obviously Kelly Piquet, she liked a tweet, I think, from Nelson's brother defending the use of the word. So it's clear that, where Kelly stands on this. But I understand it's a difficult situation for Max because he can't come out and say, yeah, Nelson's definitely a massive racist because, well, he can come out and say that he's a racist, but there are probably consequences for that, such as that might lead to him and Kelly splitting. To be honest, though, if this was me, let's say I had a girlfriend and my girlfriend's father came out as a racist, or just discriminatory against a certain group, and I was not comfortable with it and I called it out for what it was, if it led to me and my girlfriend splitting up, then so be it. As far as I'm concerned, that's what I would be like in that situation, because at the end of the day, I'd be standing up for what is right and I would not be just letting it slide because I don't want to cause hassle or, cause a situation where I have to split up from my partner. But, if that, does happen. So if I was Max Verstappen, I would probably say Nelson is a racist because for me, if you use that word in reference to a black person, you absolutely are. So, yeah, absolutely incorrect. I have to say Max Verstappen is on this. But all in all, Nelson Piquet, what an absolutely terrible person. Same for Bernie Ecclestone. Just them two have just pretty much finished their career in terms of being able to speak in public, because nobody's going to take them seriously ever again after what they've said. And yeah, not great from Max Verstappen here, but to be honest, I wasn't massively surprised. And yeah, it is sad to see what's happened here. And hopefully, you know, we get less cases of this. And I know many people have said on Twitter that, you know, that what do you call it, that makes you think, you know, of maybe what a lot of other people in the paddock think of minority groups and that, but just don't say it, because, you know, there's definitely still a bit of racism about in Formula One. I have no doubt about it. It's unfortunate to say what I'm about to say, but it is true, and I am actually going to cover this in a future video, probably coming out in September, I'd say. And what I will be covering is kind of what I'm going to say now, is that despite this whole push for inclusion and diversity and no discrimination, no hate and all of that, which is great, Formula One is at the same time deliberately searching and racing in places where that is happening, such as Saudi Arabia. So Formula One as a organization are completely hypocritical of that position of, you know, being anti-discrimination, pro-diversity, pro-inclusion, all of that, because they're racing in places, you know, Saudi Arabia, they kill gay people for fun. I know that's very brutal to say, but it's the truth. That's what they do in Saudi Arabia. So they can't give me all this rainbow flag stuff and this pro-diversity stuff if they also decide to race in countries like that. And the truth of the matter is, Formula One is still a very exclusionary, anti-diverse place. There's still, you know, the amount of white people that are, you know, a part of the paddock is, you know, it's not just a vast majority. We're talking 99% of the people in the paddock, at least, are of one colour. That's not very diverse at all. And because of how expensive and more expensive it's becoming to watch Formula One, and to not just watch Formula One on TV, but in person, it's becoming more and more exclusionary to people of, you know, different races. Because we know, especially in the West, that people of colour tend to grow up in quite a bit worse economic situations than, say, white people do. Not to say white people don't have what do you call it? You know, they don't grow up in poverty, or anything like that. But definitely, people of colour, they grow up in worse situations normally, from a socio-economic point of view, than white people do, and it's becoming more and more exclusionary for those groups of people. And I don't see how, in the decades to come, I just do not see how this situation, I just don't see how this situation gets any better, I'm afraid. I honestly, when Lewis Hamilton retires, whether it be at the end of 2023 or 2025, I would not be surprised at all if there was not a black driver on the grid until, say, the 2050s or 2060s. I would not be surprised at all, because like I said, with how much you need to just watch Formula One on television, you know, consistently live, and watch Formula One in person, it's not very inclusionary at all. So, yeah, Formula One is not making any progress, really, on this front. And, yeah, it's sad, but that is the truth. But that's what happened this week with all those comments, the racism, the insanity from Bernie Ecclestone, and then the reaction to it. Let me know, guys, what you thought of all of that happened in the past week, and let me know in the live chat what you think. And if I do miss your comment, then make sure to post it in the comment section down below instead, so I can get to it at a later point. Probably tomorrow after my after the race finishes, I'll probably get to any missed comments that I have missed out. I have seen a couple of people saying, oh, can we start with the politics? Well, given the week we've had and all the news we've had, I don't think we can avoid it. We can't just act like it doesn't exist and just only talk about Formula 1, unfortunately. This is, you know, real life at the end of the day. And by the way, that clip I was going to say that I was going to show on screen, I'm probably not going to bother showing now, the Nelson Piquet one, where basically the clip is an interviewer, I think someone interviewing him and Nigel Mansell, and Nelson saying, oh, someone asked me once, you know, who was better out of you and Senna? And then Nelson said, well, I'm alive, so me. So, yeah, Nelson, just an absolute garbage person, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, let's get into what you guys have to say. And then, like I said, once I've read out the strong majority of your comments, then I will get into actually talking about the cars and teams. So don't worry, I will get into all of that. Let's have a look at some comments here in regards to this. I'm not going to read out an absolute ton, because I do realise it could get a bit too spicy, but I'll read out what I can. Astro Steve says, be interesting to put up a comparison of Lewis's records versus Piquet's. Hamilton a lot more titles, wins and poles. Yeah, I mean, Piquet doesn't really get that much credit whatsoever for his career, and I think now we know why, because nobody really ever liked him. Willie Van Loon, do you have more topics? Yes, I do. This is not the only thing we're going to be talking about until qualifying. I am probably in about 10 minutes or so going to start getting into some data from practice 2. And by the way, if anyone in chat disagrees with what I said, then that's absolutely fine. I'm not going to ban anyone for, you know, disagreeing with what I said. You're allowed to say what you want. I'm allowed to disagree, though, and you're allowed to disagree with me. That's how, obviously, freedom of speech works. Let's have a look at some comments here. Thank you, Chazza, for defending peace and diversity. Thanks for that, Aline. And yeah, also, as Rook's saying in the chat, please don't insult each other. And Leandro says, well, guys, I'm Brazilian and I'm ashamed about what he said. The majority of us here in Brazil aren't racist. Actually, we have a diversity of colours. Piquet's just a piece of shit. Yeah. I think that's absolutely true. I don't think that's just the way Brazil are. I mean, they do have a very questionable leader in their country, but I don't think the people of Brazil are... you know, the actual people, rather than the institutions, are actually racist. John Hawking says, how can deplatforming people be more inclusive? None of this makes sense. Because I understand what you're saying, but the people that don't deserve their platform, they're not saying anything really worthwhile with their platform. They're just saying absolutely dumb shit or offensive shit. And I think, you know, you can be free still to say that stuff. No one's going to legally stop you, at least in my country. Well, mostly in my country, and especially the United States of America or places like that. But that doesn't mean you should be platformed for those things. Like, there's plenty of people in the political sphere who will say dumb, racist, homophobic stuff, And yeah, they do have a freedom of speech, but doesn't mean we should give them a platform to say that stuff. And being inclusive means being inclusive to people of different backgrounds rather than people that, you know, just say absolutely insane stuff. Lab Gorilla says, I find Lewis a real conundrum. I genuinely do not know what kind of a person he is. Very guarded. Yeah. I think Lewis is a very, I wouldn't say anxious person, but very quiet, mild-mannered person. And I think to a certain extent he is nervous about just, you know, interviews and the media and all the attention he gets. I mean, he does absolutely deserve the attention he gets because he is an absolutely amazing racing driver, but yeah. Vince just says, remember when friends who wanted to remain friends didn't talk about politics and religion? Where did those days go? Let's find some other comments here quick. Let me read this one out. This is an absolute just perler in the chat from Willie Van Loan, who says Chazza is a Max hater, which is hilarious because I've been accused for like 5 years of being a Max Verstappen fanboy, and says because that is not all what Max was saying. Read and watch the whole interview and not just bits of it. I saw the other bits he said and I read out what he, or not exactly what he said, but I showed it on screen as well, that he said that it was very offensive and, you know, everyone is against racism. He did say that, and that's correct saying that, but to say that Nelson is not a racist is incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. And I just find that absolutely hilarious that someone is calling me a Max Verstappen hater. That is absolutely hilarious, considering what people normally call me. Lab Gorilla says, I left Twitter about 6 months ago when it really started to affect my mental health. Sometimes the social media break is really good. Well, yeah, I had one from 2020 after my channel got deleted because of trademark infringement from myself because I was an absolute idiot. I deleted my Twitter and I didn't make another Twitter account until I think January or February of this year. And I do look at like lots of stuff on Twitter, political stuff, sports stuff, Formula One stuff. You just, you know, a wide range of things. But I don't take Twitter and the people on Twitter as seriously as I used to, because Twitter is basically just like a mental ward, but except millions have, or millions are on the mental ward. Lab Gorilla says Chazza today is setting the channel alight, but I'm glad he is laying out where he stands. To be honest, to have clarity on his position helps me decide that this is a channel I'd want to continue with. Thank you for that. Leandro says good thoughts, Chazza. Good to know where you stand for this cause. J-Lo asks, just how much representation do you need or sponsor to be acceptable? I don't quite understand what you mean by that in terms of the sponsor part, but in terms of how much representation do you need? I mean, you could have totally equal across the board, but that would be pretty hard to do. But, you know, just I mean, at the end of the day, and this is a sad reality, that, you know, Formula One is probably always going to be majority a white person's game or sport or series or whatever you want to call it. But we definitely need to increase the participation and inclusion of, you know, other races and backgrounds by, you know, 20-30% really. Because, like I said, 99% of the paddock are white. So, yeah, it's definitely needs to be improved upon. Jesse Roberts says it's not the words Nelson used because it's not racist. Well, it is. It is the words. He says, lost in the racist part. If you listen to the interview, he mentions every other driver by name except Lewis. That's the real racist part. That is true. I do agree with you with that. Where he doesn't actually call Lewis by name, he only calls him that word, which is just disgraceful. But using the word still is, obviously bad. But I think I'll read out one final comment in regards to this, and then we will get on to the the main topics going into qualifying itself. Astro Stevo says, I think racism comments were disgusting and totally unacceptable. Didn't know about PK family connection with Max Verstappen, but still less respect for him because of it. Yeah, definitely lost a bit of respect there for Verstappen, but yeah, I think at least he condemned PK for saying it, because I was worried that he was going to say that he wasn't, or just not say anything at all, which would have been very bad for that. Noel Collins says there's no problem with 90% of the paddock being white. All that is needed is to drive on merit. I agree with that, but the thing is, I mean, this may be I'm not sure, obviously, because I haven't looked into the real evidence data or whatever, but I'm sure if Formula One was more accessible financially and more inclusionary for people of colour, that you would get very talented people of colour in Formula One. We don't know how many, for example, black or brown drivers who have been denied the chance to excel their way up through motorsport because of having a lack of finances or sponsorship. Not just, obviously, that happens for them, but also white drivers who are poor as well. We've possibly lost out on quite a few very talented drivers, engineers, all of that. So that's what I mean. I don't have a problem, obviously, with white people because I am white, obviously. But we can definitely, obviously not us, but Formula One can definitely do better than what they were doing previously. But anyway, I think I'll move back to these pictures, and hopefully for a very long time, if not ever, will I have to talk about that again. Because, yeah, obviously, racism, discrimination, hate, all of that has absolutely no place in, well, just life in general. Hold on a minute. Just responding to Nib on Twitter. Right, so now we've got all through that, let's now get into qualifying for the 2022 British Grand Prix. And qualifying does begin in about 46 minutes from now. So get ready, guys, and get prepared for qualifying that is soon to begin. But before we get into the respective teams and how they are going to do and how they are looking respectively going into the session, let's first get into some data from practice 2. Obviously, in practice 3, we got some improvements from certain drivers, which has kind of thrown some things up in the air. But here is the key data from practice 2 and all of the best sector times and the ideal lap times. By the way, thank you to Rook, who sent me this actually during last night's stream, but I just didn't see it. But thankfully, I can use it now. Here are all the best sectors, like I said. Speed trap data as well to show who is the absolute quickest through the speed traps, which obviously at Silverstone is very important because it's a very high speed track. And also the ideal lap times from yesterday. So, yesterday, Ferrari did look as though they had the best car over a single lap. The ideal lap time, the best lap time was a 28.8 for Carlos Sainz, and Leclerc was only 0.2 of a second slower than that and was probably the second best. I think he was actually the second best, the ideal lap time out of the entire field. So that is one thing going into qualifying that is going to be very interesting to see is, do Ferrari, were they backing off a bit in practice 3? And do they genuinely have that single lap pace? Because in practice 2 on Friday, they were definitely 2 to 0.3 of a second clear of, Mercedes and Red Bull. And then, so Ferrari looking very good for the overall lap they were. And I still think they are looking good. And I think definitely it will be closer than it was in practice 3. In practice 3, it was, a 0.4 of a second gap between Verstappen and Leclerc. I don't think it'll be that big in qualifying. Plus, don't think Leclerc, did too many great laps in practice 3. So, I think we'll see some better runs from him. But looking at the sectors, in terms of comparing, say, Ferrari and Red Bull, Sector 1, not really a surprise that Ferrari were about 0.1 quicker in Sector 1 compared to Red Bull. It was a surprise, though, yesterday that in Sector 2, Ferrari were about 0.07 of a second quicker than Red Bull in Sector 2. But I think that does point to Red Bull possibly not using as much power as they could have yesterday. Because I'm pretty sure if you go look at the Sector 2 times from practice 3, Red Bull were definitely quite a bit quicker than Ferrari in the middle sector. So I think this is actually pretty good evidence that Red Bull were definitely backing off a bit. Red Bull still have the quickest speed through the speed traps, 320 kilometers an hour for Perez, 319 kilometers an hour for Max Verstappen. So still the best in practice 2, but I think definitely had even more speed in practice 3. In Sector 3, though, the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz was almost about 0.1 quicker than Max Verstappen in the final sector. But overall, like I said, because Red Bull are definitely pushing harder in practice 3, there is absolutely no doubt that Red Bull are better in all of the sectors than they were yesterday. So, going into qualifying, I'd say probably Sector 1 and Sector 3, you'd have to say it's pretty much equal between the two teams, Ferrari and Red Bull. Sector 2, though, Red Bull, from practice 3, looked to be quite a bit quicker, which is not really a surprise, because Sector 2 is pretty much, except for a couple parts here and there, pretty much flat out. So, no surprise, really, that Red Bull looking so quick in practice 3. And I think because Red Bull were definitely not pushing as hard, and they don't have to at the end of the day in practice 2, especially them, because they are leading the championship so comfortably, I think Red Bull are the favourites for pole position because of that speed they have in Sector 2, and with their top speed being still the best. Ferrari, not too much slower in practice 2, only 3 or 4 kilometers an hour, but like I said, I'm pretty sure when we get the data from qualifying, it'll be probably up to 10 kilometers an hour difference between Ferrari and Red Bull. Now, let's get on to Mercedes, who they've got a good car, no doubt, for this weekend, but they haven't got quite the total package, I reckon, to be, say, fighting for pole position. Sector 1, you can see Mercedes were struggling quite a bit in Sector 1. Russell was the quickest Mercedes man in Sector 1, 0.1 slower than Sainz, and then in Sector 2, in the high-speed corners, Lewis Hamilton was only 0.1 of a second slower than Charles Leclerc. So in Sector 2, Mercedes are arguably just as quick as, Red Bull, Ferrari, maybe slightly slower, but they're right in that ballpark. Sector 3, they're also losing, or they were yesterday, losing about 0.5 of a second, which we kind of saw in practice 3 as well. the problem for Mercedes is Sector 1, really. I mean, Lewis Hamilton, if Hamilton had done the Sector 1 time that Russell did in Practice 2 yesterday, then Lewis would have ended up with a 128.9 in Practice 2 yesterday. So Lewis was actually... the potential of the Mercedes car was a lot better than actually we saw with Hamilton, despite it looking pretty good with him at the wheel. But yeah, with Lewis and Mercedes, I think they've definitely got a car that can be third or fourth on the grid. I definitely think that is possible. But I just think because they're lacking speed in the first sector that we saw as well in Practice 3, they were losing about, a tenth and a half in first sector in Practice 3 to Max Verstappen. I just think they're losing too much time in that sector to be able to fight for pole position. If they were lapping at about the same speed as Red Bull in the first sector, then I think Mercedes could get pole position, but I just don't think they've got quite enough grip in turn 3 and 4. Those are the corners, really, that are costing them. And the reason is because the Mercedes car in slow corners is very poor compared to what it's like in the high-speed corners. In the high-speed corners, Mercedes are arguably the best out of anyone through the high-speed corners. But yeah, with those two corners, turn 3 and 4, I mean, we've seen with the Mercedes on the exit of turn 4, losing the rear end a lot. And obviously, if you lose the rear end a bit on the exit of that corner and lose a bit of traction, that's going to affect you and your speed heading down to the end of the first sector time beam and going into turn 6 as well. So, it's really that first sector that is costing them quite a bit. Now, as well, so the top 3 teams we've looked at, I'd reckon going into qualifying, I'd say Red Bull are probably the quickest, given what we've just seen in Practice 3. And then Ferrari second, Mercedes second or third, most likely third. It's very close. It's too close, really, to absolutely say. But after them, I mean, McLaren, they did show some extra speed towards the end of Practice 3. If you look at Practice 2, their pace was very, very good and surprisingly very good. In the first sector, Lando Norris was quicker than everybody else except for Carlos Sainz in the first sector. The McLaren, very good, as we've seen this season through the corners. Sector 2, though, losing about a tenth of a second to the best Sector 2 time of Charles Leclerc, and then Sector 3 losing another tenth and a half to the best sector time. So with the McLaren of Lando Norris, it looks as though Lando, I don't think he can get in the top 6. I think the Red Bulls, Ferraris and Mercedes cars are too quick, but I think definitely Lando Norris will end up probably in 7th place because the speed of the McLaren car in Sector 1 especially is very, very good. The only thing that's going to hamper him is you can see there the speed trap there with Norris, 312 kilometers an hour, when obviously the Red Bull was at 319, 320, and we know now that Red Bull were definitely not pushing as hard with their engine settings as, say, other teams were. So, yeah, that's the only thing that could cost them, I reckon, today is that top speed through Sector 2. Interesting to note, though, that also Alonso was lapping, or not lapping, but doing the same speed in the speed trap, which is surprising because normally the Alpine is quite a bit quicker than the McLaren in a straight line. So maybe the Alpine team were holding back a bit in terms of their raw speed in Practice 2. But in terms of the upper midfield, I would probably say from, say, 7th to 10th place, it's looking as though it's going to be Lando Norris in 7th, and then probably Alonso 8th, and then after that maybe Ocon 9th, and then, I don't know, in 10th place, maybe Ricciardo, maybe an Aston Martin, an Alfa Romeo. It's pretty hard to say, but I think definitely the front two cars out of the midfield pack is going to be Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso. But looking nice and competitive, I think we'd have to say, for qualifying. And definitely we are going to get, whether it's dry or wet, we're going to get a very exciting session, I believe, and a very competitive session here at Silverstone. But I'll quickly move back to this. Obviously, there is not an hour to go until qualifying begins. It is actually 35 minutes to go now until qualifying begins. Time does truly fly by in this gap between practice 3 and qualifying. And in a moment, I will get into who the respective teams and how I think they will all do. I have seen, by the way, reports of some rain, possibly about some spots of rain here and there. So I'll keep an eye on that, but I'm not sure it will, actually rain for qualifying here at Silverstone. According, by the way, to some Italian journalist, FIA accredited journalist, apparently Ferrari was running less power than Red Bull in FP3 and is also apparently running less wing than Red Bull this weekend. So we'll see if that actually, does turn out to be the case in qualifying. But quickly, I'm just going to repost the link for the stream on Twitter for the final time, and then we'll get into the final 30 minutes or so of this build up. So let me just quickly do that. And there you go. So let me now get into the build up to qualifying. And yes, qualifying beginning in about 33 minutes from now. Hopefully you guys are as excited as I am for what's going to be an exciting qualifying day here at Silverstone. So let's first get into the Red Bull team. Obviously we won't get into the transitions quite yet because it will affect the timer on the right hand side, top right of your screen. But yeah, we'll start at Red Bull. Yeah, practice 2, Red Bull did not look that great, to be honest. And they were looking to be definitely on the back foot. Like I said in my practice 3 part of this stream where I was covering the session, I was going to say practice 3 watch-along, but obviously we've already done that, and this is still the same stream technically. Sergio Perez did say yesterday after practice 2 that Red Bull were, quote, nowhere at Silverstone, which I think definitely has to be Sergio kind of sandbagging for his team there and, saying something that wasn't quite the truth. Because as we saw in practice 3, Red Bull, as they started to show their real pace, they definitely have the pace to get pole position here today. Not sure it'll be a front row lockout, to be honest. I think that would be an amazing effort if they were to be able to do that. But I do think Max Verstappen will get pole position today. It will be a close fight between him and Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc, as we know, is very good here at Silverstone. And we know that those two here in the past have had some great scraps on track and have always been pretty much very close to each other on the grid since 2019, even when Leclerc's been in pretty slow cars. So, yeah, I think we're going to definitely get a very competitive fight for pole position, most likely between Verstappen and Leclerc. But I think Red Bull, because of their speed in Sector 2 and that extra straight line speed they do have, even though Ferrari are quite possibly running less wing, less wing, I still think Red Bull will have enough. Like I said, I don't think it'll be a front row lockout. I think the best they could hope for Red Bull is probably a first and a fourth in qualifying today. Sergio Perez, the man on screen, it just isn't that great when it comes to single lap pacer at Silverstone. He's never been that great over a single lap here. So, yeah, I wouldn't really be expecting Sergio to be in the top 3 on the grid. If he can, though, get on the top 3 on the grid, that would be absolutely fantastic. But, like I said, it would be quite a surprise if he could do so. But for me, Red Bull are the favourites of pole position. And if they can get pole with Max Verstappen and get a good start, obviously, to the race, then I think Red Bull will be very hard indeed to stop from winning their 7th race in a row this weekend in 2022. Now on to Ferrari. And Ferrari definitely have a car good enough for pole position, as I just showed with the FP2 data. Their speed, especially in Sector 1, is very, very good, which is not really a surprise. I mean, coming into the weekend, I thought they would be very quick in Sector 1 and probably Sector 3 as well. So like I said, not really a surprise at their speed. And if they are running lower downforce, that might just be enough for them to get pole position today in England and at Silverstone. And really, forgetting the championship, let's forget about that, because for me, it's over. I don't think they're going to be fighting for the championship this year, because I think Max and Red Bull are just too far ahead now. 49 points, by the way, the gap between Max and Leclerc. Obviously, we'll get into the championship standings right before qualifying begins. But in terms of winning this weekend and purely focusing on that, Leclerc has to get pole position. If he does get pole position, Ferrari could even get a front row, then they give themselves a great chance at winning the Grand Prix this weekend, no doubt whatsoever. And I think, that pole position really is that important, because I think if Red Bull, for example, get pole, even though Ferrari did show some better race pace on Friday, I just think, how are you really going to pass the Red Bull in a straight line here at Silverstone? I just don't see how Ferrari are going to be able to do that. I'm going to be able to be that quick to pass Red Bull on track. So pole position is absolutely critical for Charles Leclerc here today. Like I said, if he doesn't get it, then I think his chances of winning the race starting from, say, second is probably only 30% at most, given that Ferrari's race performances in the last month or so, or month and a half, have been so terrible, and because I think Red Bull will have pretty good race pace and also have the straight line speed to keep anyone behind that are, trying to attack them, such as Ferrari or even Mercedes. But yeah, sorry, with Ferrari, yeah, I think they've got the car. They just need really to hope that the drivers can deliver the lap. Charles Leclerc, we know, can deliver the lap. He's delivered 6 absolutely fantastic pole positions so far this season. And if there is a man this year to deliver another fantastic, amazing qualifying lap in 2022, it is Charles Leclerc. So hopefully he can do that for Ferrari, because Ferrari do desperately need it. But will a third team, for the first time this season, be in the fight for pole position? Will it be this team, the Mercedes F1 team? Obviously, they've had a very difficult start to the season. They've not qualified inside the top 3 on the grid at any Grand Prix this season. Their best qualifying result was 4th place in Melbourne and I think Barcelona and also Canada for Mercedes. So it's been a very tough season in qualifying. And as we have seen this season, they are definitely, when they are struggling, it tends to be them struggling at their most on qualifying day. But going into qualifying, starting in 26 minutes time or so, they're looking pretty good. They look as though they could get, say, a second row lockout, which I think would have to be realistically the aim for Mercedes. I would be surprised if they could get a car on the front row, and if they could, then I reckon they could have a crack at winning the race. But, I mean, it'd still be pretty hard for them to win the race, but I reckon they could absolutely have a good crack at winning it if they can get a car onto the front row, or even possibly somehow pole position itself. But realistically, I think third and fourth, the second row lockout, as I said, should be the aim for them. They've definitely got the pace, I think, to do that. But what they need, really, to get it is the full package. They need the car to be performing at that much better level than it has been so far this weekend, and it to be the case in qualifying that it is a lot closer to Ferrari and Red Bull in reality. But also, the drivers have got to absolutely nail their laps in qualifying. They've got to absolutely do that, because there's a big opportunity today and for this weekend for the two British drivers driving for the German Works team to get a home podium. And it would be, if they were to get a podium this weekend, instead of luck and, you know, retirements of others, and if they were to get it on pure pace rather than, you know, those things I just mentioned, that would be a big confidence boost for this team going forward. Their car, to me, is definitely improved, and hopefully it will be, Mercedes will be in a much stronger position for the rest of the season. To be honest, with the tracks coming up on the calendar, I do think Mercedes will be in a better position going forward for the rest of the season. So, yeah, looking good for Mercedes. Hopefully, they will not be consigned to the third row of the grid, and hopefully, the reality is that they are definitely competitive with Ferrari and Red Bull to a certain extent. That would be fantastic to see here at Silverstone. Now on to McLaren. Starting with Daniel Ricciardo quickly. It's difficult to say really with Daniel in terms of like where Daniel is at pace-wise, because obviously in practice 2 was quite a bit off his teammate, but was in the top 10, and in practice 3 Daniel ended up in 18th place. So yeah, pretty difficult, like I said, to really say where he is. But for Lando Norris, looks as though Lando could be probably best of the rest, outside obviously of the top 3 teams. And given the pace he has shown so far this weekend and the pace he just showed in practice 3, that would have to be the aim for Norris and McLaren. And I think definitely they can do that. The only 2 drivers and team that could upset that is Alpine and obviously Alonso and Ocon. Alpine aren't as quick, quite as quick as I expected they would be this weekend, but they are still absolutely strong contenders in that top 10 and will definitely be pushing McLaren pretty hard, I think, still. So, yeah, as long as Norris can beat them too, then I think Lando Norris will be absolutely fine, and I think Lando will finish most likely in 7th place in qualifying. For Daniel Ricciardo, as long as Ricciardo can get 10th or 11th at worst, I think that would be a good enough result for him in qualifying. We have seen here in the past that he's had some pretty good race performances and race pace. So even if he starts 11th or even 12th on the grid, he can definitely, come back from that and finish in the points. So hopefully Daniel can have a good day. But McLaren, and it's good to say this, they are looking a tad better than I expected they would. So good on McLaren. Now on to Alpine. And like I said a moment ago, Alpine not as quick as I expected them to be, and as they were really in Canada, Baku, Monaco as well. They're lacking, to me, like 2 or 3 tenths of a second, really, that they really should have. I mean, maybe they have been backing off a bit in practice so far this weekend, and maybe in qualifying they will show a lot more pace. That would be great to see. I remember in Monaco they did do that, where they weren't looking massively quick, and then suddenly both cars were in the top 10 and got, I think, 7th and 10th in qualifying, or 7th and 9th or something. So it could absolutely happen where Alpine show some extra speed. Obviously, they've got a new upgrade on their car, a new aggressive side pod design, and hopefully that does give them an extra couple tenths of a second. And as long as they are, say, getting both cars in the top 10, I think that's good enough. And I think they will get both cars in the top 10 because the Alpine have got still a pretty quick car compared to their midfield rivals. So yeah, Alpine still looking pretty good. By the way, just want to say, before I go on to the rest of the teams, guys, let me know in the live chat your predictions for qualifying with 20 minutes to go until the session begins. Give me at least your top 5 that you think it's, how it's going to finish in qualifying today. And if you want, you can give me a top 10, but at least, like I said, give me a top 5, and I will, in a few minutes' time, start reading out your comments and your predictions when it comes to qualifying today at Silverstone. But we'll get into the rest of the teams. Alfa Romeo, not looking too bad. Valtteri Bottas looking pretty quick in practice 3, was up in the top 10. Only slightly slower than Lando Norris as well, so maybe Bottas and Alfa Romeo are in for a strong session. Would be nice to see, because Alfa Romeo have not really had a strong qualifying since, Barcelona, which was about 6 weeks ago, where Valtteri qualified, I think, 7th on the grid, and obviously finished in the top 6 in the Grand Prix itself. So, yeah, would be great to see Alfa Romeo have a good day. And it wouldn't necessarily, with Valtteri Bottas, be that big of a surprise if Valtteri had a top 10 qualifying result here, because we have to remember he, I think, qualified 3rd here last year behind only Verstappen and Hamilton, and his pace was still, good, just wasn't as good as the absolute best. And also, he did start this race on pole position in 2020 for the 70th anniversary Grand Prix, and in 2019 as well, and put up a pretty good fight against Lewis Hamilton in both races. So do not doubt Valtteri Bottas at Silverstone. This is definitely a good track for him, and hopefully it will be for Zhou Guanyu as well. Obviously, Zhou, I think, has lived in the UK for the last few years now, so does have plenty of experience around Silverstone, so hopefully he'll utilise that well in qualifying today. The Haas F1, they look as though they're going to finish quite comfortably outside the top 10. I know Mick Schumacher was pretty quick in practice 3. I mean, hopefully he can keep that up in qualifying, but realistically, I think Haas F1 are going to be pretty slow in qualifying. I just don't see how they can really get anywhere near the top 10. I think the best they can hope for is like a 13th or a 14th with their cars, which would be not too bad. For Mick Schumacher, though, hopefully he can out-qualify Kevin Magnussen. That's got to be the aim for him, because as long as he does that, then, he's doing the best he can in the Haas car. And to be honest, I don't think we can have really that big of an expectation for Mick this weekend, because like I said, the Haas car, not that quick, and neither is the AlphaTauri car. The AlphaTauri is looking absolutely terrible. I was going to say absolute dog shit, but I didn't want to quite use those words, but I guess I already have. But yeah, it's an absolutely terrible car for this weekend. The reason being is because in the high-speed corners, and we saw this in Barcelona with the high-speed corners, this car is really bad in the high-speed corners. Just very uncomfortable. Rear end just doesn't stay in check and just stay really with the drivers when they need it. And it's a pretty bad car. Yuki Tsunoda, though, is having a good weekend, and is, Tsunoda, been pretty much as quick, if not quicker, than Gasly all weekend. So for Tsunoda, as long as he can out-qualify Pierre this weekend, that would be a good result for him. And then next up for Aston Martin, yesterday in practice 2, they got Lance Stroll into the top 10. And I do think Aston Martin have a decent car for this Grand Prix. I'm just not sure if they've got a good enough car for the top 10. It's going to be close, without a doubt, between, Stroll, Vettel, Ricciardo, Ocon, Bottas, drivers like that in terms of getting into the final couple positions in the top 10, just behind Norris and Alonso. Well, I'm pretty sure will be the top 2 out of the midfield pack in qualifying here. But yeah, I think Aston Martin, they'll definitely be in the fight, but honestly, I don't know where exactly they will be. Sebastian Vettel, I hope, will be in the top 10. Aston Martin, obviously, have revised their green Red Bull a bit to make it a bit quicker, and hopefully it is the case here in qualifying, and hopefully they can snatch a Q3 with one of their drivers, which realistically I think is probably the best result they can get, is just a 9th or a 10th with one of their drivers. And for Williams, with this super high flow vis paint, or high vis flow paint, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, Williams, obviously, they got a completely new car this weekend that Alex Albon is running. Nicholas Latifi running the old Williams. So Latifi will be at the very back of the grid. There is no doubt about that, unless somebody breaks down or crashes before Latifi, sets his, before, or in Q1, sorry. Then yeah, Latifi is going to end up at the very back. For Alex Albon, though, I think definitely a Q2 is possible. And I reckon he will get it, say a 14th or a 15th. And that would represent a very good step forward for the Williams team. And hopefully they can be, kind of in that midfield pack, towards the back end of that midfield pack for tomorrow as well. That would be great to see for Williams. But guys, for all the teams, let me know where you think they'll finish. And also, again, give me in the chat right now your prediction for qualifying, your top 5 or top 10. At least give me your top 5, and I'll make sure to read it out in the final few minutes before qualifying begins. Just letting you know, guys, that are subscribed or are not subscribed, I will be live tomorrow for quite a while. From 12 p.m. UK time till 2 p.m, I'll be live for a race preview, and then from 2 p.m. till 3 p.m. UK time, we'll get into the proper race watch-along build-up, and hopefully I'll have my co-commentator Niblo on with me, and then from 3 till 5 p.m. UK time will be the actual race itself and the actual race watch-along, and then from 5 till 6:30 p.m. UK time will be the race reaction. So hopefully you guys can join me for that. Would be great to have you all there. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to join me for that tomorrow. And if you are new, don't forget to subscribe. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And for everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And as well, don't forget to give me a follow on Twitter. I'm just going to quickly, though, guys, before I read out your comments, I'm going to quickly turn my TV back on, because obviously I need it on for qualifying. So just give me a moment. Right, so yeah, we've got what, 12 minutes or so until qualifying, and the first thing I see is a weather radar on the Sky F1 broadcast. It is still dry though at Silverstone. A couple spots here or there, but it does look to be dry, and the rain on that radar does look as though it's passing over or passing to the side of the track rather than completely over the track. So maybe we'll get some spots of rain, but nothing serious. But I'll get these pictures back up, and these were the pictures, of course, that guide you through qualifying. But let me come to what you guys are having to say in the chat and read out your predictions. Right, so Reswinal says Max for pole. Vince asks, what is Alpine's top speed and how close to the leaders is that? Well, in practice too, they were about 8 kilometers an hour off. So, yeah, we'll see what happens in qualifying, what it genuinely looks like. Dane says there is a chance of rain and then gives his prediction. Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Russell, Hamilton. AB says it'll be Lewis, Russell, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Norris, Bottas, Alonso, Verstappen, Ricciardo. What a top 10 that would be. Aline says Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, Perez. As looks as though the coats are going on at Silverstone for some people, but not everyone. So yeah, like I said, there is some rain about, but it's not, I don't think, quite enough to force maybe some intermediate tyres. It says on the radar, rain level 2 to start before Q1, making the track wet progressively. So maybe we will get some intermediate tyres. We'll see. Let me keep reading out some predictions in the chat. Vinster says Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Sainz, Perez, Alonso, Norris. Astro Stevo says I could be, but I'll be wrong. So Pole, Verstappen, then Perez, Russell, Hamilton, Stroll for 5th. Well, that is some prediction there. Adam Ahmed says that he thinks it'll be Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell. And Latifi to crash in the pit lane. Hopefully not. Hopefully he doesn't do a Grosjean. Ken Waller says Leclerc, Max, Lewis, Sainz, Perez. Jesse Roberts says Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Verstappen, Sainz, Russell without rain, but with rain. He thinks it'll be Hamilton, Alonso, Stroll, Leclerc, Perez for the top 5. I will, by the way, guys, give my prediction in a moment. And yet the rain definitely starting to increase at Silverstone. A lot more umbrellas going up and coats. Marco Catania says that he thinks it'll be Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Perez, Russell. Jazztastic says Sainz, Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, Perez. And Harrison K says Max, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, and says Scamilton there. So, yeah, it looks as though we've got a couple people going for Lewis Hamilton, but it looks as though the majority are going with Max Verstappen, and then we've got some for Charles Leclerc. So, yeah, looks as though, like I said, the majority of you going for Verstappen. For me, I will go for a top 10 prediction here. So, in the dry, I think it'll be Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell, Perez, Norris, Alonso, Ocon, and Vettel. That's my top 10. And then, if it does rain, though, then I think the top 5 will be Verstappen, Hamilton, Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, and then Russell, and then Sainz, say for top 5. It's very hard to predict what it could be in the rain. We've got so many talented drivers, honestly, on the grid. So, like I said, I think it, could be very hard to predict there. Anton asks, where do you think Magnussen will be? Well, probably knocked out in Q2 or something for Magnussen. Anyway, I think I will now move on to some final stats before we get into qualifying itself. So for Red Bull, here are the stats for them. Max Verstappen does have a pole position at Silverstone from 2021. That pole position is because he won the sprint race, obviously, last year. So that does technically count as a pole position. Red Bull have taken pole at Silverstone 4 times since 2009. And in 2022, despite being pretty quick in the dry here, Red Bull have taken pole 3 times in 2022. Which out of 9 races, and considering how many races they won, is quite surprising. But yeah, not the greatest record in qualifying this season for Red Bull. For Ferrari, Charles Leclerc has never had pole position at Silverstone, so that's what he'll be going for today. Ferrari have taken pole at Silverstone only once since 2010. And funnily enough, it was in a wet qualifying session 10 years ago, almost exactly 10 years ago. I think a week short of exactly 10 years, to when Fernando Alonso got pole position here in 2012. And Leclerc, obviously, has had a great record in qualifying this year. He has taken 66% of pole positions on offer so far this season, 6 of 9 in qualifying in 2022. He is the qualifying man this season. For Mercedes and Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton has taken pole at Silverstone 7 times in his career and going for number 8 today. Mercedes have taken pole at Silverstone 8 times since 2014. Lewis, if he does have the ability and the car to go for pole position today, do remember that his last pole position was in Saudi Arabia in 2021, which feels a long time ago, given how his season has gone so far. And for McLaren, look out for them and Lando Norris. Lando Norris has qualified inside the top 10 at every F1 race he's done here at Silverstone, obviously since he started in 2019. In 2019, he was 8th, I think, and then in 2020, in the 2 races at Silverstone, he was 5th and 10th. And then last year, I think he was 5th, or 4th, I think, on the grid. No, I think it was 5th on the grid he was at Silverstone. So yeah, look out for Norris. He's had a great record here at Silverstone. And the final thing we'll get into before we get going is the championship standings. Max Verstappen leading the World Championship by 46 points from is it 46 points? Yes, it is. 46 points from Sergio Perez second. Charles Leclerc third, 49 points behind. I'm pretty sure and surely he is too far out of reach to really win this year's World Championship. George Russell is in 4th place. Carlos Sainz 5th. Lewis Hamilton 6th. And then Norris, Bottas, Ocon and Alonso complete the top 10. And for the constructors' standings, Red Bull pretty much have it wrapped up with Ferrari in 2nd. Mercedes are 3rd. And then it's McLaren, Alpine and Alfa Romeo. Alpine need a good qualifying day today if they're going to continue making progress on McLaren and 4th place in the Constructors' Championship. And then your Alfa Romeo 6th, also getting close. AlphaTauri is 7th, Aston Martin 8th, Haas are 9th, and Williams are in P10. So we are not 35 minutes away from qualifying. We are about 2 to 3 minutes now away from the start of the session. Just get up all of the stuff, get it all ready for you guys. Obviously on the left-hand side, that is the running order from practice 3, which finished about 2 hours ago, as it is currently raining at Silverstone. Not heavily. There is, it's kind of like a passing shower, I guess you would say. So this is not going to be a straightforward wet session. It's going to, the condition of the track is going to change around at many different points of this session, as the wind also has picked up quite a bit, I can see, at Silverstone. And I'll just quickly get my dotted line out, obviously to illustrate where the cut-off zone is. So in between, or that dotted line there, you can see, let me just increase it a tad more. Maybe not that big. No, not that big. There you go, that's a bit better. Yeah, in between the dotted line and the very bottom, obviously anyone below that at the end of qualifying will be out of the session and will have to start in those bottom 5 positions. And obviously Q1 is an 18-minute long session. I will sync up the timer at 17 minutes. Obviously, I normally cannot do it on time because I'm pretty slow. So, like I said, I will try to do it at the 17-minute mark instead. So get ready, guys. What's going to be an exciting qualifying session here at Silverstone, as we're currently looking at Sergio Perez, who is, I think they're just fixing, or not fixing, they're just getting his car just about ready, as there's already plenty of cars parked up at the exit of the pit lane. I'm guessing they'll be on intermediate tyres and they'll be trying to get the best of the conditions before it gets maybe too wet for the intermediate tyres. And actually, if they keep that timer on screen, I will actually be able to get it synced up right on the 18-minute mark. So I will do that instead. And qualifying begins, guys, in 30 seconds from now. So, yeah, we are very close. As there's Nigel Mansell in the Ferrari pits. Nice to see him and Ferrari on decent terms. Obviously, his time at Ferrari did not end well. Famously, here at Silverstone in 1990, was leading the race and his engine blew up. And then he stormed off and then decided to retire from F1. Obviously, came back the following year for Williams and would eventually win the World Championship in 1992. And by the way, his 92 Williams car will be paraded around the track tomorrow by Sebastian Vettel, who now owns the car, as he bought it at an auction. As the session is now underway, and we've got plenty of cars on track, and it does look pretty wet out there. Doesn't look wet enough, though, to be, for the full wet tyre. Don't know what tyres they're on, though. Can't quite see. And looks as though everybody's on the intermediate tyre. Obviously, the spray is quite bad. But, yeah, looks to be just about good enough for an intermediate tyre. We'll see what the... what they can do for their first runs. As we're just looking on the TV broadcast at the Mercedes cars who have just joined the track. As these conditions absolutely do suit a driver like Lewis Hamilton. Obviously, almost lapped the entire field here in 2008 when he won the Grand Prix. So, even though the Mercedes car I don't think will be as good in wet conditions, Lewis, I'm sure, will still put in a great performance in the wet. As he's just building up speed on his outlap. And everybody at the moment on an outlap, except for the two Alpines, interestingly. Don't quite understand why they're not on track, given that rain is falling and the conditions might get worse, unless they think that the conditions are going to dry up a bit towards the end. As we're currently looking at Charles Leclerc, is it? The Ferrari? Yes, it is. Loses the rear end slightly. Coming out turn 17. And now begins his first timed runner qualifying on the Inters. Into turn 1, which obviously is not flat in wet conditions. Ferrari car looking very good through there. To be honest, though, if you look at all the cars and their respective differences in terms of how they all handle, if there's one car that will handle very well in these conditions, it will be the Ferrari car. So this absolutely does suit Ferrari a lot more than Red Bull. But we do know that Max Verstappen in the wet is a pretty great driver. So it doesn't mean Red Bull are totally out of it. As Leclerc taking the karting line around Luffield. And now on the old pit straight. And lap looks good so far for Leclerc. No real problems. Copse corner, obviously not flat out. Still pretty fast, though. As now into Maggots and Beckett's. And Leclerc, yeah, going pretty quick through that section. I've got to say, considering how wet it is, the Ferrari car looks very good for these conditions. As he comes into Stowe corner now. And yeah, looks comfortable and quick, does the Ferrari car. As we've got some times on the board. Charles Leclerc, though, is going to go quickest. His time is a 1:47.5, which is 2.5 seconds quicker than the time that Alex Albon just did. And then it's Mick Schumacher up in third for the moment. Yellow flag. Don't know who that's for. Trying to see if there's any stopped cars on track. Can't see any at the moment. Nope, now it's a green flag, thankfully, as Carlos Sainz comes to the line and goes second with his first flying lap. So Carlos Sainz is second, and then you got Albon in third. Zhou Guan Yu is fourth for Alfa Romeo. Let me just quickly update that. As Lewis Hamilton comes to the line and goes second with a purple final sector. Does Hamilton? Russell in the second Mercedes goes third. So decent first run there for Mercedes. Here comes Lando Norris, who goes seventh. Daniel Ricciardo has just gone fifth for McLaren. So let me just quickly update that. As Max Verstappen now goes quickest by 1.8 seconds over Charles Leclerc. What a lap that is. First lap in qualifying. So Verstappen up to first. Leclerc, though, goes even quicker. 2.7 seconds quicker than Max. So the conditions are improving. There's Leclerc from Verstappen. Alex Albon has gone third for Williams. Kevin Magnussen is up to fourth place. Let me quickly update that. As Valtteri Bottas comes to the line and goes seventh. So it's Magnussen fourth. Mick Schumacher is fifth. And then you got Zhou in sixth place. Valtteri Bottas is seventh. As Pierre Gasly goes third for AlphaTauri. These conditions should suit AlphaTauri quite a bit. Obviously, makes the corners a lot less high speed, which obviously they struggle in. As Lewis Hamilton now shoots up to second place with a purple final sector. And Russell goes third. The order changing around all the time here, as Lando Norris goes all the way up to P4 for McLaren. Hopefully it settles down in a moment so I can get it totally correct, as Max Verstappen now goes quickest by 0.2 of a second over Charles Leclerc. Sergio Perez is now up to third, I notice, in the Red Bull. And Leclerc goes back to quickest again by almost 0.7 of a second. So it's currently Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, Norris, and then Schumacher in seventh. Obviously, we know how quick Haas were in the wet in Canada. Magnussen now goes seventh. Zhou Guan Yu goes sixth. Valtteri Bottas jumps up to fifth place for Alfa Romeo. And So we've got Gasly then 11th, Ricciardo 12th. No. Now we've got Carlos Sainz up to 3rd in the Ferrari. And yeah, moving around all the time is the order. So, and Lewis Hamilton now goes 3rd for Mercedes. So it's Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, Perez. And now Russell goes 3rd for Mercedes. And then you got Perez in 6th. And then Bottas is 7th. Zhou is 8th. Norris, though, jumps up to 3rd place in the McLaren. As Leclerc quickest, by the way, on a 1:42.1 as Sergio Perez now goes 2nd in the 2nd Red Bull. And we've got Ricciardo now in the top 10. And then you've got Tsunoda in 11th place. Not anymore, because Alex Albon goes 8th for Williams. So Albon up to 8th, and then it's Ricciardo in 11th then Tsunoda 12th. Latifi is 13th, as Zhou goes up to P7. And then, Latifi 13th, and then Magnussen 14th, Gasly 15th, as Fernando Alonso now goes into 11th place for Alpine. And then, who else has improved? I think someone else has, hasn't they? Tsunoda has now. Tsunoda up to P11. So then it's Tsunoda 11th, Ricciardo 12th, then Alonso. Stroll is in 14th. And then Latifi 15th. And then in the drop zone, guys, at the moment, as Sebastian Vettel now goes 15th. In the drop zone with 7 minutes to go is as Max Verstappen goes quickest for Red Bull with Russell in 2nd. In the drop zone at the moment, you've got Latifi, Magnussen, Gasly, Schumacher, and Ocon. Mick Schumacher, though, is on an improved lap, but I have now got the order totally correct as Leclerc goes up to 2nd. Mick Schumacher goes from 19th up to 14th. Here comes Nicholas Latifi, who goes P11. Good driving there from Latifi. Esteban Ocon goes all the way up to P7. There's Ocon that gets himself nicely in the top 10. Valtteri Bottas goes up to 8th himself. Fernando Alonso has now gone all the way up to P4 in the Alpine. So Alpine finally showing some good speed. So your top 10 is currently Verstappen, Leclerc, and now Sainz in 3rd. So yeah, it's Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell, Alonso, Perez, Norris, Hamilton, Ocon, Bottas. That's your top 10. And then Zhou is 11th. And then you've got Magnussen in 12th place. And then Alex Albon is 13th. Gasly is now 14th for AlphaTauri. Latifi 15th, and in the drop zone is Lance Stroll, Sebastian Vettel, still Aston Martin not looking quick at all, and then Tsunoda 18th, Ricciardo 19th, and Mick Schumacher last of all, with 5 minutes to go here in Q1, as here comes Esteban Ocon, currently in 9th on another good lap. The rain has stopped, by the way, so the track now will just keep improving in terms of condition. Ocon improves his lap time but stays in 9th. Zhou Guanyu, though, in 11th, is about to improve his lap time Let's see where he will go. Probably a couple positions higher. More than that, goes up to 5th. Does Zhou. And yeah, the track is definitely improving in terms of track condition. There's a dry line in certain corners starting to form. As Sebastian Vettel, into Stowe he comes. And yeah, the dry line is definitely forming quite clearly. As Tsunoda currently is doing enough to get out of the drop zone for now. As we've got 4 minutes to go in Q1. And Vettel exits the final couple corners. And to the line he comes, and Sebastian Vettel goes 10th. So there you go. And here comes now Yuki Tsunoda in 18th place. And Tsunoda goes 9th. Good time from Tsunoda. But like I said, track continuously ramping up and getting quicker. Which means if certain teams or drivers don't get it right in these final 3 minutes, we could get a surprise elimination from or in Q1 here. It is definitely possible. As just seeing Esteban Ocon has improved up to 7th place. So with 3 minutes to go, Gasly, Latifi, Stroll, Ricciardo and Schumacher are the ones desperately needing to get out and into Q2. Can they do so? Let's see. As Sergio Perez, I notice, is up to 4th. Valtteri Bottas is up to 7th place. Alex Albon has gone up to 11th. Carlos Sainz has now gone 2nd in the Ferrari. As hold on, so I just need to get the order correct here. So Ocon is 8th. And then it's Norris 9th, Alonso 10th. And then Albon, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Vettel, Magnussen at risk at the moment. But Lewis Hamilton certainly not at risk anymore as he goes all the way up to 2nd. Does Lewis. As Daniel Ricciardo at the moment is 2.5 seconds slower than Max Verstappen so far on his lap. But it is a good enough lap to see him get into the next part of qualifying, most likely, as Lando Norris goes up to 7th. Here comes Daniel Ricciardo, currently 19th. Can he get into Q2? Comes to the line and goes 13th. I'm not sure that's going to be good enough. Yeah, really not sure that's going to be good enough. And Andreas Seidel there on the pit wall does not exactly look pleased. I think he knows that's probably not going to be quite good enough, as here's Nicholas Latifi in 18th place. And he's just coming through the final couple corners now. Kevin Magnussen is on a very good lap to get into Q2. Here comes Latifi to the line. Latifi goes 10th, even quicker than Daniel Ricciardo on that lap. And here comes, as Russell has done a purple sector one, here comes Mick Schumacher. Can he get out? No, he cannot, but he does have another lap available to him if he has the fuel to do so, as Kevin Magnussen goes 10th. Is that enough? As Pierre Gasly, through Stowe he comes. Gasly currently in 19th place. And Vettel in 17th on a better lap. But is it good enough? As Gasly exits the final couple corners into turn 18, he comes into the line. And Gasly goes all the way up to P8. Here comes Sebastian Vettel as Fernando Alonso goes 9th. Vettel only goes 15th for Aston Martin. Tsunoda goes up to P12. Ricciardo improves yet again and goes 13th. Not sure, though, if that will be enough as Charles Leclerc goes quickest on a 1:39.8. Max Verstappen immediately takes it back on a 39.1. We're in the drop zone. Vettel is out, by the way, in 17th. What a disappointment from him. Stroll is out in 20th. Here comes Esteban Ocon. Ocon gets out of the drop zone, and he's up to 9th position. Sergio Perez gets up to 4th. Here's Mick Schumacher. Can he get into Q2? No, he can't, but he does get up to 18th. Alex Albon's on a better lap. He does not want to be out-qualified by his teammate, but he has been. Albon knocked out in 16th place, and Magnussen out as well. Somehow, Nicholas Latifi has out-qualified Alex Albon in a car that is definitely much slower than Albon's. What a job that is by Nicholas Latifi. What a fantastic drive there. Yes, we've made plenty of fun about him this season, but you have to give credit where credit's due. That's a great job by Latifi. So Q1 is over. Let me just complete the final order. So Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Sainz, Hamilton, Perez, Zhou, Bottas, Norris, and Alonso are your final top 10. And then just about sneaking through, Gasly, Ocon, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, and Latifi in 15th. And then Alex Albon, Kevin Magnussen, Sebastian Vettel, Mick Schumacher, and Lance Stroll are knocked out in Q1. So that is, guys, Q1 over and done with, and Q2 will begin probably in 2 or 3 minutes from now, and obviously it's a 15-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer once we get about a minute in to the session, and let me get another dotted line up to help illustrate as best, what's going on. So anyone in between those two dotted lines, obviously at the end of Q2, between 11th and 15th, if they finish in those positions, they will be starting the Grand Prix in those positions. I'm just going to quickly, guys, though, mute my microphone because I just need to blow my nose quickly. So just give me a few seconds or so. Right, that should be better, at least for the next few minutes. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed Q1. And yeah, Q2 should be underway soon. And yeah, very disappointing for Sebastian Vettel. Knocked out in 18th place. Very disappointing for Aston Martin. And yeah, for the second weekend in a row, Sebastian knocked out in Q1 in the wet as well. The Aston Martin car, I think, is just in the wet a very poor car. That's all you can really say about it, unfortunately. Because I don't think Sebastian has suddenly just forgot how to drive in the wet. I think just the car just doesn't really handle that great. In wet conditions. I think that's most probably why, that is why that has happened for Aston Martin and Sebastian Vettel. The Q2 should be, especially if it continues to dry out, making the track even quicker, meaning that, the last to do a lap should have the best grip. That continues, on, then we should get a very exciting Q2 here. And possibly a couple surprises in terms of who is knocked out. And Sebastian getting out of his car there and just walking off quite disappointingly. But, yeah. If it continues to dry out, I wouldn't be surprised. Because obviously, I mean, you may not think it if you live in the UK at times, but it is summertime in the UK. If it does stop raining and the wind drops, I would not be surprised if we get dry tyres before the end of qualifying. So this could easily change around massively. As Q2 will be underway in a minute or so, as we're currently looking at Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari garage, and we're now looking at Nicholas Latifi, who is parked at the end of the pit lane, ready to come out on track. So we should be underway in a few seconds' time. Lots of McLaren fans, good to see in the grandstands, obviously supporting the main home team. And yeah, Lando Norris, decent Q1 in the top 10. Daniel Ricciardo, though, I think is going to have a bit of a tricky session here to get into Q3. Wasn't very quick at all in Q1. So, yeah, it's going to be a tricky session for Ricciardo. As the session, by the way, has begun, Latifi, Tsunoda, and an Alfa Romeo are the first ones on track on the intermediate tyres. And let's see what happens on the first runs here in Q2. Should be straight out of the blocks, much quicker lap times than what we have just seen. To be honest, as Ferrari look as though they're about to send their cars out on track. Obviously on the intermediate tyres. And now Leclerc comes out of his garage. And there you go, by the way, on screen. 14 minutes to go in Q2. And hopefully a very exciting Q2 is ahead of us. As Mercedes not quite coming out onto track yet. And now it looks as though Lewis Hamilton is coming out, and so is George Russell as well. I think Mercedes, for their car, will probably be wanting it to dry up, to be honest. Because, like I said, I think their car is probably going to be better performing in the dry here at Silverstone rather than the wet. And will probably be closer to pole position in dry conditions rather than the wet. But still, they had a pretty good Q1 there, 3rd and 5th for the two Mercedes cars. And there's no reason why they can't get that in Q2 and even Q3 later on. As we're looking at Lando Norris on the inters. He's just backing off towards the end of his outlap, getting his tyres fired up for his first flying lap in Q2. And here he comes. He now begins, does Norris, his first flying lap. And crosses the line now. And now heads into turn 1. Not getting anywhere near the apex, which you can't do, obviously, in the wet, because you're very likely to spin. As he comes to turn 3 and 4, corners that the McLaren does handle pretty well in. And yeah, good lap so far for Norris, as he now heads down to turn number 6. Obviously, we don't know how good his sector times are at the moment, because these are only the first times in Q2. As he exits Luffield and now enters the old pit straight, heading towards Copse Corner. And I think Norris did a quicker first sector than Perez there. So, good lap so far for Lando as he exits the Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel section. And yeah, he is going to very soon complete his lap. Not Sonoda, Zhou Guan Yu, I can announce, is up to first place briefly. And then you've got Yuki Tsunoda up in second. And then Valtteri Bottas is third. And then you've got Nicholas Latifi up in fourth place at the moment. As Fernando Alonso goes quickest in the Alpine. So Alonso up to first. Now Sergio Perez goes quickest on a 1:42.5. These lap times, though, aren't that quick, because obviously we were in the 38s, I think, weren't we, at the very top in Q1. As Max Verstappen has done 2 purple sectors. Here comes Charles Leclerc to complete his lap. Leclerc only goes third. 1.1 seconds off the pace as Max Verstappen comes to the line and goes a second quicker than Sergio Perez onto a 1:41.4. The Verstappen up to first. And then you got Leclerc in fourth. Well, was in fourth place. Because now Lewis Hamilton is up to third. And Russell is fourth. For Mercedes, as Zhou now goes third for Alfa Romeo. Then you've got Alonso 6th, Leclerc 7th, Tsunoda 8th. Sainz is 9th, or he was 9th. Now Valtteri Bottas is up to 8th, so Sainz is down to 10th. And then in the drop zone at the moment is Latifi. Or it was Latifi, or Latifi is still, but Gasly has climbed out of the drop zone and gone up to P8. So it's Sainz, Latifi, and then Ricciardo, Norris, Ocon. Ocon, though, goes up to 14th. Lando Norris goes second for McLaren. Great job there by Lando. As Ricciardo does another time, but only goes P12. Not quite sure why Carlos Sainz is so far down at the moment, as Charles Leclerc does another lap and goes quickest by 0.2 of a second, does Leclerc. As Max Verstappen returns straight away back to the top on a 1:40.6, 0.6 quicker than Leclerc. Lewis Hamilton now goes second, 0.4 of a second slower than Verstappen. And Russell goes fourth. So it's Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell, Norris, and then Perez, Zhou, Alonso, Gasly, Bottas, your top 10. In the drop zone at the moment, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Sainz, Latifi, Ocon. Latifi, though, goes 9th. Imagine if Latifi gets into Q3. That would be the biggest surprise, possibly, maybe not ever, but in a long time. It really, really would be if he was to get into the top 10. As Carlos Sainz now exiting Chapel. And let's see what his middle sector time's looking like. It's very, very good for Sainz. Looks as though he's probably going to go up to third or fourth place with this lap. Is Sainz. Probably fourth, I would imagine. As Alonso goes 6th for Alpine. And here comes Carlos Sainz through turn 17 and the final corner of turn 18. And Sainz, yep, goes fourth, about a second off the pace of Max Verstappen. So Carlos Sainz gets firmly into the top 10 and should make it through to Q3. And in the drop zone at the moment, with 6 minutes or just over 6 minutes to go, is Gasly, Bottas, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Ocon. Ricciardo and Ocon, you'd have to say, are the two, and maybe Bottas as well, that you'd look at and think, yeah, they've got to be doing a bit better than what they've done so far. As Valtteri Bottas is on a new lap. He's not improved his second sector or first sector, though, compared to his personal best. So, yeah, not sure this is going to be that great of a time. As he comes to the line, Bottas, and no, it doesn't improve. It looks to me that it started raining again, and looks as though the rain's getting heavier and the track condition is getting worse. And if that is the case, then it might finish the way it is. And yet, the umbrellas are up, which to me does suggest that the rain has started to fall again. As, sorry, I just saw something funny there on Twitter that I had to laugh at. As here is Esteban Ocon that we're seeing on the TV broadcast with about 4.5 minutes to go in Q2. And Ocon is on a lap, but we're not seeing any sector times. Ocon, but yeah, it doesn't look as though the track condition is actually improving at the moment. And here's a replay of Verstappen going off, I think, and on exit Chapel on the entry to the hangar straight, and yeah, it just went too wide, started aquaplaning slightly, and then had to go off track, but came back on nicely enough. Didn't try to fight it. If you try to fight it, normally it ends in a crash or a spin. And yeah, Verstappen now back into the pits. But it could very well, guys, be it for Q2. Because I don't think the conditions are really getting any better. Which means we could have Nicholas Latifi into Q3. Imagine that. That would be an absolutely amazing performance by Latifi. And yeah, does look as though it is raining quite a bit now. And maybe a chance of full wet tyres, I reckon, in Q3. Definitely not going to dry out now. But with 3 minutes to go, it's looking very, very good for Latifi. As Keanu Reeves, one of the nicest men in Hollywood, maybe probably the nicest there is, and a great guy watching the cars trackside. I remember he did attend a race, I think back in 2007. I think it was the race that Hamilton got parked in the gravel in China in 2007. So he does have a history. Keanu Reeves, as Esteban Ocon, did a personal best first sector, but the middle sector is quite slow. As the top 5 are currently in the pits, everyone else is on track. And obviously the bottom 5, with 2 minutes to go, are desperately trying to improve and see if there is any grip out there that can allow them to improve their lap times. Ocon has backed off and he's going to try again on another lap. And yeah, I think I think it's pretty much, unless it stops raining literally right now, then I don't think the grip of the track is going to get any better. Bottas says he can't see shit. And yeah, conditions not good at all. You'd pretty much have to say they are full wet conditions here. Oh, Ocon. Oh, all over the place through turn 4 and 5 through the standing water. And yeah, there's no way that there's going to be any improvement in these conditions, which surely means that Nicholas Latifi is into Q3. That would be, well, surely when it does happen, that's going to be incredible. As we're now looking at Yuki Tsunoda, also in the drop zone, but down in 13th place. To be honest, if AlphaTauri finished 11th and 13th, I don't think they'd be that disappointed because they were looking even worse in the dry. So, yeah. They'll probably be praying for a wet race tomorrow, AlphaTauri. To be honest. As here's Ricciardo now on the old pit straight going towards Copse, and he's trying. They're all trying, but there's no grip out there because the rain has destroyed these drivers' chances of getting through. As Esteban Ocon, now the checkered flag has come out. Ocon has met the flag and is out in 15th place. Ocon, very, very bad, disappointing qualifying session there. And yeah, I think the other four, Gasly, Bottas, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, may as well come into the pits as the Williams team celebrate. And guys, Nicholas Latifi has made it into Q3, I think, for the first time in his career. An amazing effort from the Canadian. Just when he needed a good performance, he puts in probably the best performance of his entire career. Fantastic from the Canadian. So, into Q3, guys. The shootout is Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell, Norris, Alonso, Perez, Zhou, and Latifi. And knocked out in Q2, Pierre Gasly, Valtteri Bottas, Yuki Tsunoda, Daniel Ricciardo, and Esteban Ocon. And quickly, before we get on to Q3, I just want to show a tweet quickly, which is, I think, quite funny. From Battery Voltas, showing the Giga Chad of Nicholas Latifi. Rumoured to leave Williams, doesn't get upgrades unlike Albon, outqualifies teammate, refuses to elaborate, gets into Q2 for the first time in 2022, and gets into Q3, I think, for the first time in his career. What an absolute Chad Nicholas is. So, there you go. And obviously, Q3 will be beginning in probably 2 or 3 minutes' time. And like I said, I think we could very well see the full wet tyre make its entrance here, because there is quite a bit of standing water in certain corners, and you don't want to get caught out by by running, the Inter, which might be too aggressive of a tyre, to be honest. But guys, let me know in the chat, who do you think, now we've had Q2, who do you think is going to get pole position? Is it Max? Is it Leclerc? Is it Hamilton? Russell? Sainz? Let me know in the live chat, and I will make sure to read out a few before we get into Q3. By the way, guys, remember that when qualifying finishes, I will be getting into, I will be getting into for about half an hour a quick reaction to what has happened here in qualifying. So make sure to stick around for about half an hour after the session finishes. And reminder for people new watching, I will be live tomorrow from 12 p.m. UK time all the way through till 6:30 p.m. UK time, starting from 12 till 2 for the race preview. Then from 2 till 3 we'll get into the proper race watch-along build-up. 3 till 5 p.m. UK time is when the race is. And then from 5 till 6:30 p.m. UK time, I will be doing a race reaction. So make sure to join me for all of that tomorrow if you are new to the channel. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. Also, shout out to Zhou Guanyu for getting into the top 10 as well. That is the third consecutive race that Zhou has out-qualified Valtteri Bottas. So, great job by Zhou, and that's his second consecutive Q3 appearance. So also, shout out Zhou. And I'm sure he'll put in a decent performance here in Q3. But I'm going to quickly blow my nose again before we get into the session proper. So, all the drivers are in their cars, and we are just moments away from Q3 beginning. And obviously Q3 12 minutes long. I'll sync the timer up at the 11-minute mark. Does look as though, annoyingly for those drivers that have just got knocked out, it stopped raining. So, if Q2 had only lasted another 5 minutes, then you never know what could have happened at the very end there. But, yeah, it is now stopped raining, which obviously means that the drivers might be able to go with that intermediate tyre. As we're looking at Leclerc, who's probably just looking at some data in comparison to his teammate and where he's quick and where he could be quicker. As still quite a bit of rain about at Silverstone. I'm not sure what the weather is like tomorrow. I mean, hopefully it'll be a wet race as well tomorrow, but we'll have to see what happens. That's Fred Vassar there on the Alfa Romeo pitbull looking pretty happy. And the Ferraris come out of their garage on the intermediate tyres. And they now go for pole position. Can they get pole here at Silverstone? Ferrari, reminder, have not had pole position at Silverstone for 10 years. But can they get it today? As Zhou Guanyu has joined the two Ferraris at the exit of the pit lane. And we're looking there at Sergio Perez and at Fernando Alonso as well. Honestly, I think Ferrari have done a pretty smart thing there by going out first. Because if it does rain again and they can get their laps in when it's stopped raining, when the track's in a bit better condition, that could see them, you know, get onto the front row of the grid. As the two Red Bulls, I think, now come out on track, or at least one of them does. Don't know which one that is. The session will get underway momentarily. As here comes as well Lewis Hamilton. And, well, second he was in Q2. If he was to get that, or just a top 3 really in Q3 here, that would be an amazing result for him and setting himself up nicely for a good day tomorrow, come rain or shine. as the car there seems to be overheating slightly of Sergio Perez, as the session, by the way, has begun. I'll sync the timer up on screen in about 30 seconds from now as Sergio Perez comes out, and he is on Perez, the intermediate tyre. And yeah, it looks as though just a brief spell here of dryness before possibly some more rain. So the driver's got to do some good early laps here. And there you go. So timer synced up perfectly now, and 11 minutes to go it is in qualifying. Who will get pole position here at Silverstone? Really, you'd have to say it's between the top 5. Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell. My man, the man I'm going for, is Max Verstappen, because he's looked very good here in the wet. And yeah, I think he will be able to get the job done. But Leclerc, absolutely good enough to get pole himself, as Ferrari just telling Sainz possible shower right at the end of Q3. So that's what I mean. They do need to get these laps in and get their best laps now in, because it probably will rain again, as there's quite a lot, by the way, of standing water on the entry to turn 16, which is the entry to that final chicane. Is Sergio Perez. Was that Perez or Max Verstappen? I think it was Max Verstappen there. It was, losing the rear end massively on the exit of turn 17. And into turn 1 he comes, and oh, he was so close to going off there with Verstappen. Right on the edge of grip. As he comes through turn 3 and 4 now. As Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz have all begun their laps. Nicholas Latifi at the moment is in the pits. I'd imagine Latifi will come out to do a run at the end, as Leclerc did do a purple first sector, but Max has done a purple first sector. And Max looking very good here. Nice wide line through Luffield to get a good clean exit. And now heads on the old pit straight down to Copse, where Keanu Reeves is watching from. And yeah, that Red Bull car looks very, very nice. And Verstappen through Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel, and Leclerc does a purple middle sector. What does Max do? Does not do a purple middle sector. So, not a great middle sector there for Verstappen, as Carlos Sainz goes quickest with the first time here at Q3. As Max Verstappen spins on the exit of Stowe, but spins completely round to a 360. As Leclerc goes quickest on a 150.2. Max Verstappen comes to the line and is only a second slower despite that mistake. Zhou Guanyu goes quickest for Alfa Romeo. In the, what an absolutely fantastic lap there. Lando Norris now goes second. And here comes Lewis Hamilton. Only 6th for Hamilton. Russell goes 5th. Here comes Sergio Perez, who goes 4th. Fernando Alonso has just done a purple middle sector. Don't tell me he's about to do what I think he's going to do. He does. He goes on to provisional pole position. 146.2. Fernando Alonso 3.2 seconds clear of the next quickest car. El Plan is going swimmingly here at Silverstone. But Carlos Sainz is adamant on ruining that, as he's done a purple middle sector. What a middle sector Leclerc's done. So grip is improving here as Perez says track's improving, drying up. Max Verstappen is doing an absolute stonking lap. He's 1.8 seconds quicker than Fernando Alonso, as there's a yellow flag in Sector 1 as Carlos Sainz goes quickest by a tenth of a second. Charles Leclerc now goes quickest by 1.2 seconds. Max Verstappen exits the final couple corners, and Verstappen only goes second, half a tenth slower than Charles Leclerc. So it's Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, Alonso, Zhou, Norris, Perez, Russell, Hamilton, Latifi. Here's a replay of Verstappen into the final chicane. Oh, he went deep, almost into the gravel, lost about a second on that lap. Verstappen has got to do a clean lap because he's got the pace, just hasn't kept it together. As Sergio Perez goes third for Red Bull. Lewis Hamilton is up to fourth. Alonso is up to third for Alpine. So Alonso third, Perez fourth, Hamilton fifth, and then Sainz, Zhou, Russell, Norris, Latifi. Latifi, by the way, is on track on a lap as Verstappen very fast through Copse Corner. Purple Sector 1 he has done. Norris also on a better lap. And Max, lots of standing water about, but he's pushing so hard and doing so well. And his middle sector is absolute filth. 1.6 seconds quicker than Charles Leclerc in Sector 2. Absolutely disgusting from Verstappen there. As he now comes into the final couple corners where he did make that mistake. Norris, by the way, 6 tenths quicker than Leclerc on his current lap. Lewis Hamilton now does a purple middle sector as Max Verstappen comes to the line, and oh my goodness, 1.8 seconds quicker on a 1:42.9. Beat that, he says. Here comes Lando Norris to the line, and Norris goes second for McLaren. And here comes now Lewis Hamilton, who goes second with a purple middle sector. Russell goes third in the second Mercedes, as Sergio Perez goes fifth. What are Ferrari doing? Why are they now 6th and 8th, and why have they not improved their laps or their lap times? They cannot afford, because if it starts raining now, they cannot afford to start the race from there, because they are giving themselves effectively no chance of a race win if they start from those positions. As Max is on another supremely quick run, purple first sector. He's backed off though. Is it now raining? Sorry, is it now raining again at Silverstone? I don't know, but he has backed off on this lap. Maybe the rain has started to fall again. It would be great for Verstappen and Red Bull if that was the case, because of course he currently has pole position in the bag. But well, can't see any evidence for the moment that it is raining, as Carlos Sainz has improved his lap but only stays in 8th place. Charles Leclerc goes second. Leclerc back on the front row for Ferrari. Only barely ahead of Lewis Hamilton by about 4 thousandths of a second. As, oh, that's Carlos Sainz losing the rear end massively through turn 5. And he doesn't look as though he's having a great time out there, as Lewis Hamilton now goes second. Hamilton now only a tenth off, or not even a tenth. He's 0.03 of a second slower than Verstappen, as Latifi, for some reason, is not doing that quicker lap time at the moment, as Fernando Alonso comes into the final chicane, currently in P7. Where can he go with this lap? As Verstappen does the purple first sector again, Alonso to the line, goes third for Alpine. Brilliant lap and brilliant job he is doing. As here is Charles Leclerc through Maggots, Beckett's into Chapel. We'll see what his middle sector is like. It's very good. 1.2 seconds up on Verstappen. What is Max Verstappen's middle sector like, though? As Leclerc into Stowe corner he comes. And Verstappen has not done a purple middle sector, but he is still just about on this lap quicker than Leclerc by about 1/10 of a second. As Carlos Sainz goes quickest by 0.8 of a second. Now Leclerc comes to the line. Leclerc goes quickest by 0.8 of a second. There's a Ferrari 1-2 with less than a minute to go. Here comes Verstappen to the line. And Verstappen does by 1/4 of a second go onto pole position as there's one final lap for these drivers remaining. And Norris is up to third. Verstappen continues in turn 3 and turn 4 on his lap. Whoever crosses the line in the next 20 seconds or so will be the last ones to complete their laps. As Alonso is just coming through Stowe now. Alonso might be able, if he's got the fuel, to do one final lap as Sergio Perez is now up to third in the Red Bull. Here comes Alonso, and Alonso goes fifth, and he will have the time to do one final run. Checkered flag is out. Who is going to be on pole here at Silverstone? Carlos Sainz does a purple middle sector. What does Leclerc do? No, Leclerc's lost time. 0.4 down is Charles Leclerc. Lost a lot of time. Verstappen in the middle sector, though, is up. He's not done a personal best middle sector, though, but he is still quicker than what his personal best lap is overall. Carlos Sainz comes to the line. Can he get pole position? Yes, he can for the moment. By 0.07 of a second, Carlos Sainz is on provisional pole position. Charles Leclerc comes to the line, does not improve his time, so stays in third for the moment. Max Verstappen to the line. Verstappen is second. So Carlos Sainz, I think, might have just got pole position for the first time in his career. We need to see the other drivers, though. So Norris is finished. He's fifth. Hamilton goes fourth for Mercedes. Russell finishes 8th. That's poor for Russell. Very, very poor. Where is Perez and where is Alonso? Are they on final timed laps? We need to see. Perez goes 4th for Red Bull. And Alonso... Is Alonso able to improve his lap? Still waiting to see what Fernando does. And nothing as of yet. But it does look as though Carlos Sainz has taken, I'm pretty sure. And yep, Alonso was pitted. Did not go any faster on that final lap. So Carlos Sainz, guys, has got his first pole position in his Formula 1 career. Great job by Sainz. Max Verstappen qualifies on the front row alongside him in second place. Charles Leclerc is third. Perez fourth. Hamilton fifth. And then Norris, Alonso, Russell, Zhou, and Latifi complete the top 10. And then the rest of your order and the rest of the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Gasly, Bottas, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Ocon, Albon, Magnussen, Vettel, Schumacher, and Stroll. But full credit to Carlos Sainz. What a fantastic effort by him. Someone in chat saying, I think Sainz is crying. Well, doesn't need to cry just yet because got a long way to go this weekend, and you never know, could get his first win tomorrow. It's going to be pretty tough, though. And I'm just going to quickly post a link out for the stream again. So, yeah, make sure, guys, in the live chat to post what your thoughts of qualifying were. What do you think of the starting grid? What do you think of the performances of the drivers? And also, give me your driver of the day for today. For me, it would have to be Nicholas Latifi to get into the top 10. But yeah, let me know who your driver of the day is here at Silverstone in qualifying. And great to see, by the way, someone different other than Verstappen and Leclerc on pole position. Obviously, you had Perez back in Saudi Arabia, which was great. And yeah, great to see Sainz here on pole at Silverstone. But yeah, make sure to let me know in the chat what you thought of qualifying and all of the performances. And just tweeting the link out once again, so we can get some other people joining. Just quickly do that. There you go. So I am going to probably stay on, guys, for another 25-30 minutes. So yeah, let me know, guys, right now in the live chat, what did you think of qualifying, and give me your driver or drivers of the day. Would be great to hear what you guys have to say. Obviously, I'm not going to go too deep into my thoughts because I have got a race preview to do tomorrow, so I'll give more of my thoughts in that. But yeah, let's hear what you guys have to say in the chat. Felzek, what happens? How the fuck did Latifi get P10? Yeah, I don't think anyone quite understands how that happened, but it did happen. Lab Gorilla says he sounded incredulous. Goat only P10, says Alan Paul. Dane says I predicted Hamilton third was so close. Gotta say Mercedes in the end quite disappointing. And even though Ferrari are on pole, I think from their perspective, it's probably the wrong person for them. I think they would have preferred it to be Charles Leclerc, because Sainz has not exactly been the strongest this season for Ferrari at securing points and, you know, very good results consistently. G Walker says Latifi Latifi driver of the day. Waltz Chen says Zhou is great driver. Absolutely. Will it be a dry race? Asks Lab Gorilla. I don't know. I'm going to quickly check on the BBC weather app to see what they're saying. Have a quick look. And right, so it says tomorrow is going to be dry. A bit of sun, a bit of cloud. Sunny intervals and a gentle breeze, officially is what they say. So, dry race then for tomorrow. So we know, obviously, Latifi will be falling back through the field. AB says driver of the day, Lewis Hamilton. His car is bad. He did well. Zhou driver of the day for me, says Lab Gorilla. Dane says Zhou driver of the day, never expecting him to beat Bottas 3 times in a row. Yeah, that is a surprise. And I think Zhou is absolutely having an underrated season. Definitely not being talked about enough this season, to be honest. Along with other drivers, I think, such as Yuki Tsunoda, and probably Esteban Ocon as well, as drivers that have gone under the radar and done pretty well this season. Lab Gorilla says Max being booed. Is that because of the PK comments? Probably that, but also, you know, what happened at the end of last season. Probably as well. Astro Steve says, so happy for Sainz, or so happy Sainz got his first pole, hoping he can convert to first win. Glimmer of hope for the rest of the season. it would be great for Sainz to get his first win this season, but it's going to be, if it's a dry race, which it looks as though it's definitely going to be, it's going to be a tough race for Sainz and Ferrari to get the win. It really, really is, because I expect Red Bull will be back with a vengeance. Super Kev says, Sainz is crying because he knows what pain awaits him when Ferrari will drop the ball tomorrow. Indeed, indeed. Can't see any more comments at the moment in regards to what's happened. But yeah, give me some final comments, guys, in regards to, you know, what you thought of qualifying. And let me know what you think of the starting grid. We're definitely going to get a great race tomorrow, no doubt about it. The grid is mixed up. We've definitely got some cars out of position. I think we're going to have a great Grand Prix tomorrow. For the win, for the podium, there'll be a great fight, and for the midfield as well. And obviously, everyone passing Nicholas Latifi will be pretty exciting to see for the fans and for us as well. Yep. To confirm, Lab Gorilla, it will be a dry race. Dane says, so disappointing for Daniel and Mick since they are not having so good seasons so far. Good for Carlos, but let's be real. Max is going to eat his lunch tomorrow, says Harrison K. Yeah. As long as Max doesn't lose position to Leclerc, I think Max will still win the Grand Prix tomorrow, because I just think he will have too much pace, and the Red Bull, I think, will be just too quick down the straights for Sainz to really, you know, get away from Red Bull and Verstappen. But great job anyway by Sainz. That's the first time he's out-qualified Leclerc in a session, or in a qualifying day where Leclerc's actually done qualifying, because obviously in Canada he did out-qualify Leclerc, but Leclerc did not do Q2 due to having a penalty anyway. So yeah, very good job there by Carlos Sainz. Dane says, disappointing for Mick, P19. Indeed, but the two Haas's were both terrible, so I don't think we can really complain that much. Lewis could have done better, could have been P1, says Nico. Maybe. There was a lap there where Lewis and Russell did not get their best lap together towards the end, where they missed a lap where they could have set another improved time when it looked as though it started to rain again. So yeah, probably could have done better, but Lewis, he's still got a good grid position for tomorrow's Grand Prix. And remember, the Mercedes car in the dry is definitely pretty quick. Just reading Nib's tweets, him putting in all caps, FOM, other cars are still qualifying, you muppets. Yeah, that is absolutely, yeah, true. I don't understand why they just showed Sainz when there were other people out there qualifying. Jerry says Leclerc will eat Red Bull meat tomorrow. Not sure about that. Labgura says, hope Sainz defends very aggressively. Well, he's a good driver when it comes to wheel-to-wheel combat, but I'm not sure he's good enough to hold back Verstappen. Astro Steva asks, what happened to Stroll? Just rubbish car? Yeah, I think realistically, you'd have to say that's what, you know, that's the reason why both Aston Martins were so bad. Was because the car, in wet conditions, as we saw this in Canada, just doesn't fire its tyres up and just isn't that quick, unfortunately. But, I just want to read this, by the way, with Lance Stroll. Nate Saunders on Twitter just tweeted this out. This is Lance Stroll. I'm going to read this out. This is his qualifying record in 2022. 19th, 15th, 20th, 15th, 10th, 18th, 18th, 19th, 18th. And we give Nicholas Latifi hassle. Jesus Christ, that is absolutely terrible. I didn't know it was that bad. A Stroll. But I think, guys, because I've been live for, 4.5 hours, and we're pretty much at the end of the qualifying day here, I think I will come to the end here of this stream. Thank you, guys, for coming along for qualifying day. Been great to have you all along for, for so long. And remember, tomorrow I will be going live at 12 p.m. UK time, and then I'll be live all the way through until 6:30 p.m. UK time. 12 till 2 will be the race preview, then 2 till 3 will be the race watch-along build-up. 3 till 5 p.m. UK time will be the race itself, and then 5 till 6:30 p.m. UK time will be the reaction to what happened in the British Grand Prix. So make sure to join me for all of that tomorrow. It would be great to have you all along for that. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there as well. Don't forget, everyone watching, to smash the like button, share this video and channel everywhere you can. And as well, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And don't forget as well to join my Discord server, link below in the description. But guys, until race day at the British Grand Prix, what a Grand Prix it's going to be here in 2022. Until then, guys, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.